Bonjour, bienvenue, bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Welcome and good morning to all of you.
If you could kindly take your seats, we're just about to start the inaugural session, and I would like to invite you to take a seat and to invite my boss, Assistant Director General for Education, Stefania Giannini, to start the session. Stefania, if you'd like to come up.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see all of you. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Good morning, all of you. It is a great honor. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all here at UNESCO for this very special day. So thank you to all of you for having come in great numbers to this meeting from many, many countries. As you know, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of a very special program, which is the UNITWIN UNESCO Chairs program today. It is a program that testifies to the intellectual solidarity, which is also the hallmark of our organization, the heart of our mandate. We need intellectual solidarity to think about the responses to the major contemporary challenges linked to our multidisciplinary mandate. And this is really the meaning of our conference over those 2 days. I would like to remind you what the title is, which was not picked at random: Transforming Knowledge for Just and Sustainable Futures. And of course, the theme of justice and the theme of sustainability are themes which are which we have to deal with a lot of attention in these difficult times. The report from the UNESCO Commission on the Futures of Education, which you may know, which was published last year in November, had already set the outline of an agenda to rethink our futures together. There is a very interesting relationship with the work conducted with many chairs in various disciplines, in various topics, and the results and the recommendations that came out of this report. Last May, we organized the Third World Conference on Higher Education. So thank you again to all of those universities that supported us in Barcelona. There were lots of representatives, lots of colleagues. I myself, I have the honor to belong to the academia community. And the topics around which we thought together were the transformation and sustainable development, with the participation of young people who are really the dimension that we increasingly want to support and encourage in this visionary program. Now, based on this conference, we are going to continue our reflection, and today we have special guests to help us along. And I would like, in particular, to mention Professor Achille Membe, who's with us today. He came from South Africa for us today, and he will present his vision on topics which are very much related to the topic of transformation of education and all the various disciplines related to this discussion. Today, we have approximately 500 chairs present in this room. This is a very impressive figure. And we are particularly honored for the presence of the former Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Federico Meyer, who's the inventor of this visionary program aiming at advancing the culture of peace. So we are very pleased to have him with us today. He's online, and I believe he's already connected. Hello, Professor Director General Meyer. I think he can be given a warm welcome. Thank you very much. This event benefited from the generous support of the French government, and we would also like to express our gratitude for this excellent partnership that we've had with the French National Commission that very much supported this event and also the whole process beyond and behind, the UNESCO Chairs program. So it is now my pleasure to give the floor to my boss, our Director General, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, and this is the message that she wants to get across. 30 years ago, our organization decided to embark for a great collective venture, the creation of the Twinning program, a network program for universities, better known as the UNITWIN program and UNESCO Chairs program. This is an inter-university, interdisciplinary cooperation project that embodied the purpose of UNESCO, feeding intellectual exchanges with bridges between countries and know-hows. 30 years down the line, I think we can be very proud of the work that has been accomplished. There's been a number of agreements extending to other areas, other countries, and altogether we have more than 850 chairs and UNESCO networks in 110 countries. And I would like to thank you, all of you, for your daily commitment and engagement at the service of our mandate. And in particular, I would like to thank one person, Federico Meyer, who had the audacity to launch such a venture at the time. I also would like to thank Professor Georges Haddad, former president of the Panthéon-Sorbonne University, who's still managing the work of our digital anthropology chair. Thanks to you, thanks to all of the teams today, our network is a unique force for developing thought and proposals worldwide so as to feed UNESCO with the result of the most contemporary research. And we can observe this every day. Over the past month, for instance, there were about 200 UNESCO chairs that contributed to our report on the futures of education. This is work that was then presented at the Summit on the Transformation of Education last September at the opening of the UN General Assembly. And similarly, in 2020, we also had the intergovernmental work that was conducted to produce the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And this also was fed and prepared by the UNESCO chairs. And this led to a standard-setting instrument, which was adopted by our General Conference.
Our university chairs are a source of inspiration for many of our cooperation programs. From water sciences to underwater heritage, from the fight against racism and anti-Semitism to gender equality especially in science. And I could mention many more examples like this. Thanks to your contributions, the contributions of our chairs, UNESCO can play this very specific role, being a unique platform in the multilateral system where you have academics, civil society, and states that can link the operational, intellectual, and normative dimensions of our mandates. And today, this network of chairs remains more than highly relevant. We have to face complex challenges where we need this multidisciplinary knowledge, because only by pooling diverse expertise and complementary perspectives can we make our network a true global observatory, one of the themes of the debates that you will have in the coming days. I would like, therefore, to thank the French National Commission and specifically its president, Yves Saint-Jour, for organizing this celebration with us today. And I wish you all a wonderful anniversary. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Madame Azoulay, la directrice générale de l'UNESCO.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, for the engagement, the commitment for all of these programs. And in particular, she stressed the mandate that we have to build bridges between research, innovation, public policy. And I believe that this is one of the reasons for being of this program today. And this is especially true in this context of major changes that require more transdisciplinary approaches and also increased and more advanced cooperation between research institutes and sharing of the knowledge and results. We have also the honor today to be able to listen to a presentation by Her Excellency Ms. Sylvie Retailleau, Minister for Higher Education and Research in France, represented here by Mr. Manuel Bouard, who is the Deputy Delegate to European and International Affairs. And I would like to invite him to join me here on the stage for this important message. Madam DG for Education, Madam Ambassador, Permanent Delegate of France for UNESCO, and Mr. DG Federico Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, Permanent Delegate, ladies and gentlemen, presidents and representatives of the national commissions, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very honored and very pleased to be able to talk to you today on behalf of Mrs. Sylvie Retailleau, who is the Minister for Higher Education and Research, at the occasion of our 30th anniversary celebration. I would first of all like to particularly thank Mr. Tawil, who's the Director of the Futures of Education, as well as the French National Commission for UNESCO, which are co-organizers of this event. I would also first like to say that, of course, UNESCO is a key player in world cooperation with regards to higher education and research. The UNITWIN and UNESCO Chairs Program is a wonderful example that illustrates this commitment. The program, ever since it was created in 1992, has been contributing to transferring knowledge between universities and promoting university solidarity at world level to take up the world challenges of the 21st century. Now, with the 850 chairs and networks in 117 countries, the program led to innovation through research and contributed to enriching university knowledge with a number of pedagogical initiatives by promoting cultural diversity. And I think we can be very pleased about that. I also would like to point out the values that are represented and promoted by these chairs within the university institutions. The program is based on sharing of knowledge, on cooperation, and there's a strong North-South cooperation dimension, but also a South-South cooperation dimension. And the Chairs and UNITWIN program supports and deals with the major priority questions of our contemporary world, which have to do with, of course, an area in the mandate of UNESCO, education, science, natural, social, human, exact science, and also culture and communication. This program, of course, also contributes to strengthen cooperation and international intellectual solidarity, which is very much at the heart of UNESCO's mission. I also would like to stress that UNESCO chairs feed other UNESCO programs, in particular that of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, or the Biosphere, or the Program for the Social Transformation. The UNITWIN UNESCO Chair Network promotes interdisciplinarity in a number of academic and research programs, as well as a number of principles such as open science, academic freedom, and ethics. These are fundamental concepts that France also wishes to advance at international level so as to guarantee all researchers and teachers optimum and balanced and fair conditions for cooperation with all of the partners worldwide. This question was really at the heart of the priorities defended by France when it chaired the European Council, and especially in the context of a ministerial conference that took place in Marseille. This conference led to a statement, the Marseille Statement, Marseille Declaration, which aims at developing a new framework to promote mutual international scientific cooperation at the service of scientific progress and also at the service of sustainable development goals. This promotion of this framework, which has to be inclusive and which is here for a sustainable future, is part of our commitments, and these are common commitments by France and by UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, dear project managers, deans of universities, you are at the heart of the life of the UNITWIN networks and of the UNESCO chairs. You are really the bridges between the academic world, civil society, local communities, the world of research, political politicians, and all of this in an international setting. And on behalf of my minister, I would like to again point out that this is something that's quite fundamental for us, and this is something that has to be nourished, and we will put all our power to support you. Now, for all of the universities involved, we have a commitment to promote science in society. The UNITWIN network have become poles of excellence and innovation, and again, they have to be encouraged. And France is very pleased to be the third world beneficiary of the World Programme. It has 56 UNESCO chairs and 6 UNITWIN networks. And this is very dynamic and increasingly so under the impulse of the French National Commission with the support of the Ministry for Higher Education and Research. My minister is very much attached to accompany the players, French players, but all of the players in higher education and research in international ventures, because it's very important for the UNESCO chairs and networks, which are vectors of interdisciplinarity, to be mobilized in the international strategy of all of the universities. This program is something that corresponds to the commitments of the minister for promoting interdisciplinary dialogue, university cooperation, and contribution to the common good, namely knowledge and open science. And in this context, I would like to appeal to all of the chairholders to encourage them beyond their involvement in the program to really get the full benefit of other funding mechanisms which may strengthen this dynamic. And I'm thinking of a number of programs of the European Union like Erasmus Plus or Horizon Europe. These programs have an international dimension to them. This may apply to all of you, and they finance mobility grants, for instance, for students and researchers, and they may generate synergies with the UNITWIN networks and the UNESCO chairs. Now, in order to conclude, What kind of future should we envisage for the UNITWIN and UNESCO chair program in the coming years? And I believe that is the purpose of today's meeting. I would like to mention again that the ministry shares the orientation decided upon by UNESCO, namely to encourage the setting up of new chairs in countries in the global south so as to have more balance. And also the ministry supports the involvement of more women holders of chairs. And also, I think it's very relevant that we should say that we should move more in depth to more transversal networks so as to have cross-fertilization at regional and interregional and international level. Once again, I would like to thank all of the organizers for this 30th anniversary ceremony. Very symbolic indeed, and I would like to wish you very fruitful exchanges of ideas so as to continue to feed the program and to have knowledge radiate internationally. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Mrs. Minister, for these words, and Mr. Bouard for having been with us today and representing an ongoing support and commitment of the French government for this program. And thank you for having made concrete proposals as well to reinforce synergies between the UNESCO program and other programs that exist in Europe. As I said initially, we are very much honored to be able to have with us Mr. Federico Mayer, who's the president of Foundation Cultura de Paz in Madrid, the former Director General of UNESCO for 12 years. He's the thinker behind this program. He's the brain behind this program with all of his facets. He's a man of research, action, and peace. And we are looking forward to hearing you on what was the inspiration behind this program and how you envisage its future. And thank you again for being available and being with us today. But before this, I would like to say just a few words to share with you the data that we have on the program today. Just a few words.
In the floor to Professor Director General Federico Mayer about the program as it is now. Just to see in this slide, in 30 years, the network you created has grown to comprise, to include today over 850 chairs in over 110 countries. That means really a real international unique network. And today, half of these countries have 5 or more chairs. You can see here the percentage and the concentration of chairs in different countries. But we also see that over half of the chairs are concentrated in Europe and the north of the world. And this is a point that was already mentioned by Monsieur Bouard in his remarks, and I wish to highlight that we are quite keen to make all efforts we can to reinvigorate the program in the global south and to strike a better geographical balance. In terms of the thematic distribution, we also see that, there is a good balance. You can see in this slide. We see that education, natural science, and social and human science each represent 25% of the thematic scope of work chairs do, and the remaining 25 include topics related to culture, as well as the communication and information sector, which are the other 2 important pillars of our organization. Well, as I said at the outset now, this network could not be a better illustration of UNESCO mandate and missions to build peace and to strengthen the intellectual and moral solidarity of humankind that we dramatically need in these troubled times. And you see now on the monitors outside, represented here in this last slide of this room, you can see outside of this room the two monitors where you can have the chance to see different videos which illustrate the real work on the ground that all these chairs incredibly are doing, and they contribute into our collective ambitions for just and sustainable futures. And thank you once again to all of you for that. Now, no delay, it's my immense pleasure to invite you, Professor Federico Mayor, to share your vision and your wisdom. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Technology doesn't help. Hope that Professor Mayor is still connected.
Yes.
Please, so you can take the floor. C'est à vous, monsieur.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished and dear friend, Director General of UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay, distinguished and very dear as well, Assistant Director General of Education,
Hope it's a temporary problem. What's happening? Sorry?
On a un petit problème, M. Mayor est déconnecté.
It seems that Mr. Mayor is no longer connected.
So we have a small problem. They call it agility. So I move to the second part of the opening. Thanks for your passion. Et on y va retourner à Federico Mayor.
And we'll go back to Federico Mayor as soon as possible. So it is now a great pleasure for me to welcome our main speaker, our keynote speaker, Professor Achille Mbembe, who's with us in the room. Professor Mbembe is, as you know, a very well-known philosopher. He's an intellectual of worldwide renowned. He's currently a professor in research in history and in policy at the Wits Institute for Social and Economic Research in Johannesburg in South Africa. And the research conducted by the professor have to do with social science and history and policy in Africa. He's looking in particular at the emergence of the Afro-cosmopolitan culture as well as to the art associated to it. His main work is called a Post-Colonization Essay on the Political Imagination in Contemporary Africa. Professor Membe tries to renew and reinterpret our understanding of power and subjectivity in contemporary Africa and to upset a number of key hypotheses of the post-colonial theory, which are very topical issues, as we all know. The title of this public conference today is The Ways of Tomorrow, Contribution to a New Thinking to the Measure of the Planet.
From another important invited guest who will be here as discussant, Professor Arati Shriparakshash, I hope my pronunciation is right, more or less, and she will open the floor for some comments and discussing the lecture. Professor Arati is Professor of Education at the University of Bristol in UK and member of UNESCO Chair on Inclusive and Quality Education for All. Her research examines the relationship between epistemic justice and racial justice, a topic explored in a recently published book called Learning Whiteness, Education and the Settler Colonial State. Professor Arati is also the co-director of the Center for Comparative and International Research in Education at Bristol and co-founder of the Race, Empire and Educational Research Collective. Welcome to you as well. I would now like to invite Professor Membe to deliver his lecture. Please, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Stefania and to her team, including Keith. I would also like to thank Federico Mayor, who will speak and interact with us later on, as well as Arati, with whom I'm looking forward to exchange. Il est très difficile.
It is very difficult to explain with just a few words what is at stake today. Or, if I may quote philosopher Henry Bergson, it's very difficult to point out the direction that the world is taking, the way the world is going. And I think that we feel it equally difficult to say anything about the state of our knowledge today. It's very difficult to define how this knowledge is produced, where it is produced. We have just seen a map. Stefania showed us a map of knowledge production, and most knowledge seems to be produced in the north. Who does this knowledge come from? How does this knowledge disseminate? After all, knowledge must go round. And more than anything else, it's difficult to say who they serve. Who does this knowledge serve, and what does it serve? What is it used for? Can we discuss this as if we were actually talking about some common good? Or does this knowledge have to belong to the world of private merchandise? Is that status unavoidable? I feel that it is simply impossible to celebrate this anniversary without giving some thought to these fundamental questions. Basically, let us look at knowledge policy. What I'm concerned with today, what I'm mostly concerned with, is the techno-ecological situation the planet finds itself in. Beyond these techno-ecological questions, I'm talking about livability. I'm talking about the possibility of inhabiting the world. Questions that have to do with innovating for democracy, protecting the means of surviving, of living, the means that are needed by the most vulnerable of humans, questions that have to do with general creation. What I'm referring to here is our relationship with the world and with all the living beings that are in this world and that make up this world. I think that these are the subjects that are central to knowledge policy in today's world. If it is a fact that we need to look at the world as something that must last, that must be sustainable. And I believe that in the North and in the South, all these questions are underpinning the current changes in the way we intellectually envisage the world we live in. Some of these changes have resulted from a general criticism of a Eurocentric view of the world. Criticizing Eurocentrism has given us a chance to put back in the heart of discussions colonial memory, for example, and that, in turn, has brought up the issue of what we have in common, the possibility of relating differently with the Earth and repairing the Earth, which is even more important. It is a fact today that new ways of thinking are pulling us to new places. We are now aware that capitalism based on fossil fuel, for example, relies on an organization between us and nature, which is basically cutting humans away from all other living organisms. So we are more aware of the way in which our political behavior and our way of living have to be part of the tissue of life, the overall tissue of life, not just human. So we are increasingly aware of the fact that as we inhabit the Earth, during the time that we are on Earth, we are here as part of an ecology of meaning, part of a history which we have in common with both other humans and other species. We are now aware of the fact that beyond global warming, beyond issues that have to do with fossil fuel, there is a cosmological dimension to ecology. This is something that we are becoming a bit more aware of than we were very recently. And only because a new generation of knowledge is emerging in a number of disciplines, only because of that are we becoming more aware. And this new knowledge is enabling us to understand that building inhabitable worlds, maintaining soil which is both living and resilient, supporting lives requires working together at identifying some common causes. But in order to identify these common causes, we're going to have to ask ourselves some questions. We're going to have to ask ourselves what this unique moment in our history means in terms of possibilities What do we have in our critical toolbox that can serve? And what can it serve for? And we also need to ask ourselves what in this toolbox is no longer of use, is no longer useful because the world is different, or because the world is developing. In this context, we have to give some kind of common answer to the question of what's to be done to make sure that criticism remains a useful tool to build paths for tomorrow. These paths for tomorrow are what I want to discuss. In concrete terms, the paths, tomorrow's paths, require decarbonation. We need to decarbonize not just our economy, we need to decarbonize life. For example, if we want to bring down CO2 emissions, we will have to go further than just developing new technologies. We can't simply drop a few of the most polluting fields of industry. We're going to have to go much further than that. We're going to radically transform the way we work, the processes of work. We're going to have to reduce extractive industries massively. We're going to have to rethink all those working relations that are part of the structure of the climate crisis and that have an impact on the conditions of subsistence for many, many beings, living beings on Earth. And this is all going to require new knowledge. So in order to build these paths for tomorrow, it will be necessary, and this is my second point, it will be necessary to draw this knowledge from everywhere in the world, from the World Archive. I am thinking, for example, of old African cosmologies, in which there was no difference between nature, society, and culture. The economy was in itself ecological, and the ecology was social. That was how you defined them. Most of the myths, most of the stories of this archive show that life on Earth is robust, but also that ecosystems are fragile. So, work in such a context was all about keeping up the living power of the Earth, and all human communities were aware that they depended on what else was alive around them. This was needed to renew their own material conditions of life. So, as far as I'm concerned, the whole concept of knowledge commons must be seen as part of this global perspective. There can be no knowledge commons for just one of the many archives in the world. All knowledge commons must rely on all archives in the world. And these remarks being made, it must be pointed out that we are all living through two huge, momentous events that are both systemic and multidimensional. We are living through, on the one hand, a change in the balance of the natural processes of the planet. We're living through a crisis in this balance system. Secondly, the process of infinitely extending capital is all about reducing society to a market. And it does so more than ever before. Its whole purpose is to make sure that it governs not just everything that is human, but even everything that is living. What I'm trying to say is that of all those changes that the living is undergoing today, and I'm not just talking about our human societies, there are two changes that we need to pay especially close attention to. On the one hand, and as we recently were reminded by a Prudhomme-Tour, whom we will miss. On the one hand, as he was saying, there is the fact that we are basically exiting the climate niche in which we were living and prospering for many thousands of years. And as we exit our niche, and in fact we are being evicted from it in many ways, we're doing this progressively, and we have been doing this for a long time. It's part of an overall change which doesn't just affect physical things or climatic conditions, although human changes impacting the world system have accelerated. But this goes beyond that. These changes, this general quake, can be also identified in the ways in which we used to conceive technology and the possibilities of technologies. We can also identify these changes in what is going on with knowledge today, and the work of the mind and of the imagination. Basically, what it means to be human and what it means to be living on this planet has changed. And this general change, this shake-up, is basically breaking us all up. It is destructing all that is living. And it's causing a phenomenological commotion. It's existing as such, and in all of its regions, including the mental ecology, the psychic and social ecosystems, all of this is being upended, powerfully upended. So I believe that we have to face a number of questions brought up by this change, questions that are unavoidable and that will define our life in the current century. The first of these questions has to do with not simply intellectual systems or schemes of thought. It's about defining the type of intelligence that will be necessary to simply fathom what is going on, what is happening to us. The type of intelligence that will enable us to grasp its essence. I'm not sure we're there yet. I'm not sure that we have come to the end of knowledge and reason as a project. If, in fact, we haven't grasped the essence of this yet, then here we are. Let us define what is essential. Let us define the meaning. What is the essence? And what makes it so difficult for us to grasp? And who is going to be able to tell us? In what language? These are questions that we're going to have to face. Because today, we have a tendency to reduce intelligence, to reduce knowledge, to simple tools, as if they were just instruments that we use to simply harvest and manage some information, some data. And it is true that we're going to need tools, we're going to need instruments to find data, to sort data, to analyze and store data, and to disseminate the resulting information. But we need more than that. We also need the type of intelligence that brings out meaning. And under the conditions that we are realizing that we have to exist, we cannot be contented with an accumulation of data. We're going to have to give birth to meaning. Take an example. We have information at our disposal about the way in which the biosphere works. We have information about overall emissions of greenhouse gases in the world. We have information about biodiversity and its destruction. We know that some species are becoming extinct. We have information about this. We have information about the state of the planet. We have a lot of information. But this sum of scientific knowledge is only useful if we can accelerate the emergence of some sort of planetary consciousness. Only then does this information become useful. This planetary consciousness is what we need to bring up some form of existing, future existing, that at the moment we can only barely conceive of. This consciousness that I am trying to define by calling it planetary is nothing to do with cosmopolitanism or the type of universalism, sort of overlooking universalism, should I say, that universalism that is based on conquest that Souleymane Bachir Diagne and others have shown to be very limited indeed. Universalism, and cosmopolitanism even less, have not put an end to the denial of our relationship with each other. Liberal democracy, which is the major expression of universalism and cosmopolitanism, liberal democracy has, as we know, perfectly well managed to live alongside colonialism and slavery. Universalism, in other words, did not get in the way of the world being entirely governed by the principle of separation. I will go further. If we want to to query our future and to see the planet as a work in progress, well, then we are going to have to urgently deal with the second phenomenon which I'm trying to draw your attention to, namely converting material production and everything that is human to a digital format. I'm talking about technology, which is the second of the events we're having to deal with. I'm not trying to say that any technological solution is going to save us, is going to fix us. We cannot reduce the future of humanity to the computational. Either way we look at it, when we are in a position, it's hard to say when we will be able to put the content of our brain onto some non-biological system. That time remains far off. But it remains a fact, even now, that the recent history of our societies can be seen as splitting up into two phases. There's been the pre-digital, and now there is the digital phase. Coding and decoding by intelligent machines has become a defining fact of our days. So, we need to ask ourselves, is there still space in our world for consciousness and reason? Is there still a role for the person, for the meaning? Whereas everything that is living and that is not living has been transferred over to networks by default. Isn't it time to look at the consequences of the changes I have just listed? We must look at those consequences in terms of innovation and in terms of vulnerability. I think that these are major questions that must be dealt with if, beyond knowledge as a production of data, as the production of tools, as the storage of information, if we want to move beyond that to the question of meaning in a planetary world. And I feel that UNESCO is very much the place for these fundamental queries. This is the right venue to discuss. We need to ask ourselves these questions together in a world where power is changing. How is power changing? How is the power structure reshaping? Well, isn't it fair to say that the international system still relies on a very complex articulation of sovereignties and jurisdictions? Of course, the sovereignty of states remains an important factor. We know that it has been eroded, we understand that, but we cannot do without the state as such, public powers. And the most urgent thing is not to do without it, it is to, on the contrary, turn it into something truly empowering. And beyond the state, beyond public powers, we have seen the emergence of other powers, more or less sovereign powers, more or less operative powers. I'm thinking of platforms, I'm thinking of tech companies, extraterritorial technological companies. We know that these platforms do not merely exploit natural resources, the natural resources of those territories that they need to produce connected devices. They also use other resources. They use the psychic resources of persons. And they are not merely authorities, they are machines. These machines use the emotional resources, and these emotions are basically the fuel of consumption. If we need to if we think that caring for the biosphere is essential, that is not one of the priorities of these machines. There is no total sovereignty at this time, but these various sovereignties are interacting in ways which have an impact in the field of knowledge, in the field of culture, art, and ideas. Furthermore, we don't have an international order which is based on solidarity and which takes priority over national systems. We saw that during the pandemic, for example. We've seen that during other health crises. But technology, media, finance, many other powers, some of which are physical, some natural, and some digital, they are, in fact, building a total system. They are crossing state borders, or they're using them, paradoxically, to build a planet-wide chain, a tissue which doesn't look anything like the official map of the world. But this is a whole which results from various implications. And there is a weft in the world, something which is currently emerging, a world tissue, a world fabric, which may be the greatest shift of our time. This is a shift that we need to draw the consequences of, and I shall try to do so. The first impact of this shift requires that we understand what it means to share a planet with other living beings. What it actually means to live together on one planet, well, in my opinion, requires that we learn to care for it, that we learn to repair what is in need of repair, that we learn to share it. Caring, repairing, and sharing are the very prerequisites for the planet's survival and for our own. Now, that is the first impact, the first consequence that I draw from this shift. And this, in turn, means something in terms of the knowledge that we need to produce. The second consequence, we need to build new bridges, new connections, precisely in order to bring about encounters, to make sure that we meet, to make sure that we can free ourselves at last together from the one-way visions of history. And beyond that, that we manage to emancipate ourselves from the colonial temptation, which is always about building hierarchies between beings, cultures, and things. This is urgent. This is an urgent call for decolonization. Because our time requires the widest possible opening up to different ways of inhabiting the earth, in the hope that we can make the earth a true shelter. A shelter not just for some of us, but for all humans and non-humans. That's the second consequence of the shift. And this consequence also means something for the type of knowledge that we are trying to produce. The third of these consequences is rehabilitating the concept of the whole world. Whole world is a concept which was recently developed by Edouard Glissant. The whole world, or tout monde as he called it in French, was a concept that is very much a contradiction, in contradiction with any kind of isolation, any kind of closing down, whether we're talking about building territorial, national, ethno-racial, or religious borders. It's in contradiction with that. The whole world approach is also in opposition with the notion of authoritarian universalism that was the very basis of the colonial enterprise. Conquest-based universalism. Universalism that was trying not to embody many different beings. It was trying to embody just one body, the only way of being, the only significant way of being. And in the concept of the whole world, handed down to us by Edouard Glissant, culture and translation are, before anything else, an invitation to leave our ignorance, whether deliberate ignorance or an ignorance which has been imposed on us, and learn about others, see others, and smashing those mirrors which are supposed to only reflect one face of ourselves, always the same face of ourselves. The consequence, and this will be my conclusion, the impact of this on two major ideas, reparation and development based on law. Now, of course, I understand that restitution, reparation have become controversial notions. And oftentimes, the reason for that is not very good. The fact is that these notions bring to mind repentance, as if accepting responsibilities, as if regretting, if need be, were futile, unnecessary gestures. But I think that there are ways of conceiving restitution and reparation which can never be complete, which can never be absolute, but which remain very useful and which we can draw from the South African experience.
This is the experience where to repair is to, first of all, to give justice. And there's a need for justice, especially as regards the policy of knowledge and epistemic justice, as is often referred to by critics. But to repair, to mend, means to recognize that something was broken, and it is an attempt to put it back together, slowly but surely. So, if it is properly interpreted, the policy of amend or mendings is a direct consequence of the policy of recognition. And so, therefore, I believe that if you look at the three stages, recognition, amends, and justice, in there you have the demand for the truth. And truth, in turn, opens the way for responsibility. And this is how, instead of having bonds that are as many chains, you have bonds that actually liberate, and that is what this action is all about, to re-establish the truth, so that truth in turn can forge new relations, liberating relations that liberate not just us, but the planet as a whole, and make it possible to repair the planet, to mend the planet, to share the planet, and therefore to make it sustainable. And so I believe that amends the need, the obligation for justice, and care itself are in fact one and the same. The major tasks that are incumbent upon knowledge show that we are here concerned with general ecology. And so what we refer to as, what has been referred to as the development, is based on this need for justice. But justice itself is an endless task. But that endless task begins by knowledge and transmission of knowledge. And so the new forms of development should be based on this concept of care, of reconstruction, of living spaces, of souls and habitats, that is rehabilitating the living world. And this means to rethink knowledge on the basis of an extended concept of care, of health, and indeed of amends. And so this, and only then, will we be able to counter the exhaustion of resources and compensate the destructions of bodies, souls, and minds. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, vraiment.
Thank you so much for this brilliant lecture. We will have time to have a discussion, but I see that Mr. Meyer would like to take the floor, so please go ahead. Thank you. I wish I had been able to be with you today to celebrate the UNESCO chairs. But ever since I was born, I was called Meyer. Meyer in Spanish means a senior, an old person, and so I'm not in a position to travel as much as I wish I could. And so this is why I have to speak to you from this device. And initially we were not able to establish contact, but now I'm in a position to re-establish the connection.
Audrey Azoulay, distinguished and very dear ADG of Education Stefania Giannini, distinguished Minister of Education, l'Éducation Supérieure de France, distinguished and dear friends, representatives of the member states, Rector George Adat, professors, holders of UNESCO chairs, they're members of the Secretariat of the UNESCO Chairs Network, Inga Nichanian, Sonia Bari, Kate Holmes, Jack Maywill, Sabine Trawil. To all of you, I would very much like to say thanks very much, because the program is very important. And now you have seen in the splendid speech of Achille Mbele, I must tell you that your reflections are extremely relevant at this moment for the real role of the UNESCO chairs in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO celebrates today the 30th anniversary of the UNESCO chairs, UNITWIN network. And the ADG Giannini has already told us the present scope of this excellent network. What are the most relevant aims of the UNESCO's constitutions? Because precisely this was why we thought that to have a network of UNESCO chairs would be very relevant, is to put into practice the excellent constitution of UNESCO. Only in the preamble, it is said that UNESCO must promote the building of peace in the minds of human beings. This is fantastic. Building peace, because now what we need is peace and not war. And what we need is to have a new concept of security, because until now security is only security of the territories, is because of force. And now what we need is not the reason of force, but the force of the reason. And also in the preamble it is said that UNESCO must be guided by the democratic principles of dignity, equality, and mutual respect. I must underline again here, democracy at the personal level, at the local level, at the world level. Democracy is the solution. Genuine democracy is the most relevant objective of higher education. Education at the higher level. This is exactly what we must promote with this interdisciplinary and inter-university effort that we must now increase in its development. Education, as it is said in the preamble of the UNESCO's constitution, means justice, freedom, and peace. This is, and I quote, the sacred duty of all nations. This is the sacred duty. And therefore, this is what now we must, because now we can, because now we can express ourselves. Now, we the peoples, you are progressively equal and without discrimination. This has been the most important thing that has happened in the last decades. Because only 3 or 4 decades ago, we were unable to express ourselves. We could not say what we were thinking. And there was a terrible discrimination against women. We were under an absolute male power. Now, progressively, there is no any more discrimination by reasons of gender, of sex, sensibility, of ideology, of beliefs. Now we can, because we are entering in a new era in which we, the peoples, now the peoples can act, because in 1945, when this excellent design of multilateralism in the United Nations by Roosevelt, it said, we the peoples, we have resolved to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of the war. Yes, but at this moment, the peoples did not exist, because we were living during centuries and centuries under an absolute male power, in which there was not any women or possibilities of action or information, absolute male power. 90% of humanity, and we must have this in our mind, 90% of humanity was being born, living and dying in some square kilometers, and nothing more. They were only in their immediate environment. Now, for the first time in history, now we the peoples exist, and we are women and men, and we are all together. And for the first time in history as well, now we can express ourselves. Now we can participate. Now we can be active protagonists of democracy. And it's for this that even if the situation at the world level is so difficult and is very difficult to imagine how we can really have a better future, we are not making the action that we have been asked to do. You know that UNESCO in the year, in the 60s, in the decade of the 60s, we were already talking in UNESCO about the man in the biosphere. Oh, we must take care of the oceans. We must take care of the growth in the world. We were joining Aurelio Peccei and the Club of Rome saying that we must take care of the limits of growth. And all these things were always taken aside by the called democratic, anti-democratic wars. Because from the year, I remember this very well, from the October 1986, Reagan, the President Reagan, already created the G6, and after the G7, and after the G8, and after the G20. All this means a plutocratic, neoliberal, supremacist system of governance at the world level. And they have always rejected multilateralism. The United Nations have the veto of the 5 members, winners of the Second World War. And the European Union at this moment has the veto of the unanimity. But this is exactly the opposite. We must be very important. This is very important for an interdisciplinary approach now at the higher level of education. Because what we are doing, we are being under at the global level, under a governance that is not based on democracy, but is based on this supremacist, autocratic, plutocratic, because it's the most richest groups of the world are taking a part in this governance. And now, what we can do from the university point of view, we must follow what it is said in the preamble of our constitution, and because it is moral and intellectual solidarity, we must also go to the article number 1 and to say, what is education? Educated people is those that are free and responsible. Look, this is very important. Humans must be free and responsible. And if they are responsible, then they can act. They are not spectators of what is happening. They can be actors, very active actors, in order to redress the present situation. The present trends you know, at this moment, I am very worried about this because I repeat, in UNESCO, we were already during many years organizing, co-organizing a summit of the earth. I remember in 1992, we were very proud with Maurice Strong and all these people saying, now is at the world level that we are saying to the world that we must change. And we, at this moment, we published, after the summit in Rio de Janeiro, we published an excellent document that was the Agenda 21 for the 21st century. And we were very happy. But completely put aside immediately by the power of the G7. And some years later, we published and we put in action the culture of peace, the declaration and program of action. And we contributed to drafting of the Earth Charter. That is a wonderful, I think, guidance for all of us. And in the year 2002, we went to Johannesburg and to say, now in the second summit, yes, this time will be nothing. Immediately, the G7 rejected all the results of the second summit of the earth. And we must wait. We waited until Barack Obama, in the year 2015, yes, he signed the agreements of Paris on the climate change. And 2 months later, he signed this wonderful resolution of the United Nations that is set to transform the world with the Agenda 2030. At this moment, I was happy because he said, well, finally now we are going to be listened. Immediately, Mr. Donald Trump, that came after Obama, 6 months later said, no, I will not apply the agreement of Paris, I will not apply the Agenda 2030. And what did the European Union? Silence. We must have memory of, we have a duty of memory of what has happened, and we have a duty of not being silent. We must now act. And this is one of the actions to promote the Agenda 2030, to promote the immediate application, because we are facing irreversible processes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can imagine until what point I consider that at this respect, this network of the UNESCO chairs is a network of hope. Because now we must say to the people that they must be, as it is said in the article number 1 of UNESCO's constitution, free and responsible. We must be responsible. We cannot be only doing our everyday thing. No. Now we must imagine what can happen to the generations, to the coming generations. In 1997, UNESCO approved also a resolution that is very important, is the intergenerational duties. I think that now we must also take the resolution because it was very important. Intergenerational duties. And you will see that in the intergenerational duties, one of the things that it is said is that now we need to have a new concept of security at the worldwide level. Security is not of the territories only. Security of those that are living, those human beings that are living in these territories. This is very important because we have bombs, we have planes, we are all prepared for the security at the level of the territories. But what happens with the people that are living in these territories? Hunger, extreme poverty, not good health services, not attention to the climate change, education, very poor systems of education. Therefore, now we must change. we must change. We must try to say, yes, we the peoples, now we the peoples, we have resolved to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of the war and from climate change and from all the irreversible process that now we know. Dear friends, I have prepared some words to say this very rapidly in 15 minutes. I am sorry that I have not read at all what I have prepared, but anyhow, I have told you what I think that is relevant at this moment for the future of this very important network that can go with interdisciplinary, inter-university frame to solve many of the problems that today we are facing at the humanity level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mayor. Please stay with us. Thank you for also, touching upon such important topics, but also giving us the sense of the evolution and the history of this organization, the role that UNESCO played through the last decades in the multilateral system. And I think that so many inspiring points to react that, I really struggling to be silent and do my job, which is simply moderating this panel. And I wish to, maybe at the end, I will take a few minutes to react from my side. But I wish, first of all, to ask Achille to, first react to Federico Mayor, brilliant speech, and before asking the two of you, Professor Arati and Achille, to discuss between you, and also to elaborate a little bit on the many topics you presented, including the strong emphasis on the notion of decolonization, which is something that is very much circulating in many fields, including education. We are dealing with. Please.
I was, of course, very moved to see Federico with us and to see to what extent he's still deeply involved in the what we could call the UNESCO agenda, which is, as he so aptly summarized it, an agenda of nurturing human subjects who are both intelligent and responsible. I assume responsible for themselves, responsible for their communities, responsible for their environments, and for the earth with capital E. So I was personally extremely delighted to see the way in which he weaved all of that and insisted on what he called intergenerational debt. He didn't use the term debt, but I imagine that is what he had in mind. And we see very clearly how wherever we live, I live and work in South Africa, this question of intergenerational debt, responsibility and duty will determine probably most of the political, cultural and even artistic struggles in the years that are ahead of us. So I would like to thank him for his contribution to this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now maybe, Arati, you want to jump on this discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Membe, for calling on us to recognise not only the profound instability and injustices that this planet faces, but also the urgent and complex transformations of knowledge that are required to protect human, but also importantly, non-human existence. I think that came through really clearly in your talk today. So it's my pleasure to offer a few remarks by way of opening up a conversation that I hope that we will all be able to engage with over the next 2 days and beyond. And I hope you don't mind if I try to pick up a few threads of your talk. So let me start on the idea of the commons that you mentioned, specifically the knowledge commons. And I was really taken by this concept because I think, as I understand it, it is central to the creation of this new planetary consciousness that you are calling for. So listening to you speak, and of course I had the privilege to read your paper in advance, 3 things came to mind about the knowledge commons, but please do correct my interpretations if you think I've taken them in an unhelpful direction. So the first is that the commoning of knowledge requires a refusal of this notion that knowledge should be owned or enclosed. That is to say, knowledge should be free and shared, not privatized, and not to be capitalized upon. Now, this has profound implications for the worlds of scientific research and exchange that many of us here today are involved in. It requires a fundamental reconfiguring of so many of the institutional interests and norms that shape our work. For example, where and how research is funded, how our academic work is published, and so on. And of course, we have begun to see some movements in this area. I think earlier we heard about the importance of open science. But that kind of, I suppose, commitment to open and free knowledge is something that I think is really central. And secondly, the knowledge commons implies a commitment to epistemic freedom, that knowledge, like the future itself, should not be delegated or circumscribed. Rather, it should be made through participatory and democratizing relationships. And this implies that the knowledge for planetary consciousness involves equal participation of equals. Again, this has huge implications for how we understand international cooperation and the role of knowledge co-production in our work. But also, perhaps more foundationally, such equality can only proceed with a thoroughgoing and capacious humanism, not least a refusal of the colonial and racial degradation that you spoke of in all its forms. And the third point about the knowledge commons that I've picked up from your work is that it must be constituted by the full breadth of epistemic diversity, what you so beautifully called all the archives of the world. And as I know you've written about elsewhere, this is a point that has been a central concern to those seeking to decolonize knowledge, to expand our frames and resources beyond the Eurocentric, and indeed also towards the more than human world. So across each of these features, we begin to understand that knowledge is not just a set of disinterested data points, but rather an investment in certain ways of being, feeling, thinking, and doing. Now, disciplinary knowledge in our universities has certainly not been neutral in this regard. Disciplinary knowledge has made and foreclosed possible worlds. Knowledge can contain, expel, control, and degrade human and non-human life, just as knowledge can create and connect and free. So, Professor Membe, you are getting us to think about our epistemic responsibilities, and I'm so pleased that that has come up again as a theme throughout this morning. Our epistemic responsibilities and our ethical obligations in forging a just path for tomorrow. But, of course, there are normative challenges to this. There will be contestation and disagreement along the way. There will be competing visions of justice and even competing claims over truth and knowledge itself. So I have a few questions that I hope that we can discuss this morning, but I wanted to start by inviting you to speak a bit more about the relationship between the knowledge commons and this new planetary consciousness, and specifically to address how such an ideal of planetary consciousness can make room for epistemic difference, disagreement, and contestation.
Thank you very much, Arati. I mean, all the three key points you raised touch to the heart of what I was trying to say in a rather confused manner. So you clarify it really well. If you allow me, I will just maybe add a footnote on what you have said. It seems to me that the question of the common, or as you put it, of commoning meaning, if I understand it well, putting together a huge variety of resources which are necessary to produce the kind of liberatory knowledge our Earth is yearning for. If we take seriously the state of our planet, it has been damaged almost beyond repair. And the factors that have contributed to damaging the Earth and making it inhabitable for many includes certain forms of knowing and certain forms of knowledge and certain forms of production of knowledge. And therefore, if the overall project, which is not a national project, is not a local project, it's a planetary project, that part of what is at stake today is our own durability on Earth. And the possibility that all of this, or at least a huge part of this, it might eventually come to an end. That yesterday, our big preoccupation was how life emerges and its evolution. And that today, we are, in any case, younger generations, part of what preoccupies them is how life ends. And under what conditions is it that it ends? So you see the big displacement. So if that is what is at stake, the question of our durability, what kind of forms of knowledge do we need that might contribute to this projet de santé générale? This projet de regermination, if I have to use some of West African pre-colonial cosmologies where the question of life is yes, and how do you keep producing life? How do you keep making sure that the environment is made habitable, not for some, but for all? These droits universels à la respiration, so that we can all breathe. Breathing as the foundation for some kind of radical equality, that Federico breathe the same amount of air as him, or as Stefania, as yourself. I mean, you don't breathe more than I do. So there is a kind of original equality there, which makes it possible for all to inhabit the planet. So if that is the key issue of our time, and of this century in any case, then what forms of knowledge do we need to be privileging? Who must own them? I believe that I'm not entirely against, intellectual property. But I also believe that we should reach a point where there is, just as we speak about basic income, that there is basic access to certain forms of basic knowledges which should be immune from private appropriation. I don't know whether you follow the argument I'm trying to make. Just as some have advocated for the concept of a basic income, a kind of income that is absolutely necessary to survive on Earth, we need that kind of right, universal right of access to certain forms of basic knowledges we need in order to live the kind of life Federico was talking about, to be responsible and intelligent. So, for me, commoning knowledge, it comes to that. It comes to also to a number of points you made. We have relied for centuries on, I would say, one or two dominant forms of knowledge. All of them taken from what we call the West. But the archives of the world are so plural. The ways in which we relate to nature, certain basic epistemological divisions of what is an object, what is a subject, what knowledge itself is all about, we have somewhat abandoned all of that. Or we have determined that this is not knowledge. These are ethno-knowledges, if you want. It doesn't work. Now we see very well what the limits are. So we have to rely on l'ensemble des archives du monde. We can't go further now if we only rely on the archives of one small province of the entire planet. We have to open it up. Such is one dimension of what is called decolonization. And all the work coming from Latin America in particular on questions of coloniality, pluriversity, and so forth and so on. So it seems to me that, and in any case, what really drives me are all these new planetary voyages of thought, most of which come, contrary to Stefania, your map, most of it coming from the south of the world. So how do we engage in that, write that new map, write those new cartographies is a very important task. It seems to me UNESCO is very well placed in accompanying.
Thank you. Yeah. Please, maybe we can also ask Federico if you want to jump on this discussion as you're kindly attending the meeting, then immediately something.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. We cannot see you now, but
yes, I have been very interested in both interventions. Wait a moment. Aceptar, yes.
Yes.
Now you can listen to me well?
Yes, see
yes?
and hear. Perfect.
Then I think that both interventions have been very important, and I would very much like now to repeat, because we need to have this duty of memory. What the Commission chaired by Jacques Delors, you remember that I asked him in 1992 to tell us how must be education in the 21st century. And he was chairing one very important pedagogical commission at our level. And at the end, he said that education needs 4 avenues. Learning to be. This is very important. Again, now, precisely with so many digital facilities, to know that what we must do at the beginning of the process of education is learning to be. To be free and responsible. To be really a human being that is able to think, that is able to imagine, that is able to anticipate, that is able to innovate, that is able to create. I think that you yourself, Stefania, as a wonderful ADG of education, you know very well that what really matters is to be a human being that can utilize fully all these fantastic capacities. Every human being able to create, this is our hope. Because we can imagine another way of action. We can really invent the future, what is very important. We must say there is hope because the human beings are able to create, are able to design a different future. Then, after learning to be, he said, learning to know. Learning to have this knowledge, this knowledge. And this new knowledge is also related with the creation, because I always remember that now sometimes we say, yes, I know this because we have big data. We have, with the digital technology, we can be careful. Be careful, because I remember that Professor Krebs, when I was working with him in Oxford, one day he arrived and said, what are you doing working one Friday so late? And I said, because I am taking with your instruments that I have not in Granada. At this moment I was professing in Granada. And now I am taking all this data, big data. And he told me one thing that I never forget, and I have always transferred to my collaborators. He told me, Federico, from now on, you on Friday, you will be also at your home, not come to the laboratory. I said, why? And he said something that we must take always into account. He said, the success in research is to see what others can see, but to think what nobody has thought. To think what nobody has thought. This is what now we must do. And the UNESCO chair must be a fantastic contribution to think what nobody has thought. Because what we need now is a new approach. What we need now is new solutions. Now we are facing irreversible processes. Now we need to learning to know and to think what nobody has thought. Then learning to do, and at the same time, and learning to live together. This is very important. We must learn to live together. We are all equal in dignity. Therefore, now we can already be with the peoples. And finally, that is one thing that I added to the 4 avenues for education of Jacques Delors. I added another one that is learning to dare, learning to undertake. Because sometimes I always remember Albert Camus. c'était un type fabuleux. Je me rappelle que
he was a fantastic author, and in one of the books that he wrote, La décennie des 40, at the end he said, I despise them because they could and they didn't change, and they didn't dare. So you see, we have to dare.
We must dare. I think that this is extremely relevant that we must take into account. We can invent the future, and therefore I am hopeful at this respect. We can invent the future. My last book that I have written during the pandemic is precisely Inventar el Futuro. We must invent the future. And now we can. Now we can, because we realize that we, women and men, all equal in dignity, without any supremacism. Now we can have new ways to face the different challenges that we have. And UNESCO's network of UNESCO chairs can make a fantastic contribution at this respect. And I would like to end with one thing that Edgar Morin, I like very much Edgar Morin. You know, I remember when he finished his speech, I also followed this by digital technology. But in his speech, when he was 100 years old, at the end of his speech, he said that ce n'est pas une prophétie, c'est une mise en garde.
This is no prophecy, it's just a warning. So now we have to move to warnings.
That we are in a moment in which he said, changeons de voie. C'est Edgar Morin qui a dit.
Edgar Morin said we have to change our avenue, our route. And I would prefer to say, let's change our life. We have to change our life now, because we are not in a period of change, but we are in a change of times. And with the climate crisis, with all of those irreversible problems, new defense systems at world level, we have reached a time where
we can find solutions that until now were not possible to find.
Thank you very much for this quite rich contribution to our discussion. I mean, you remind me to, when it's about change that we need, the notion of transformation, which is very much now at the core of a process to review SDGs, to relaunch a 2030 agenda, having education as one of the first pillar and the leverage to do that. So I would like maybe to ask you, what do you think if transformation, la transformation, may be a complementary notion? No? You talk about réparation, reconnaissance, régénération. I think that transformation of knowledge and transformation of education systems can contribute to address better challenges we face, like a green transition. We have COP27 in a few days. We'll be there to bring our message and the importance to prioritize climate change education and education for sustainable development in our education systems from the primary to university level. But beyond that, it's very much important that we take this responsibility to change and to transform. So this is my small contribution. And the second point, if I may, before giving the floor to Arati, of course, Federico Mayor said learning, just recalling the milestone, the law report, which is still very much a live document, I would say. And also the very last report from UNESCO, the Futures of Education, is very much, bringing the lessons and the recommendation to the current situation and going beyond with the proposal of a new social contract for education. I would say that from this last report, we can take a different message, learning to care. Do you think that learning to care can be the proposal, the new message for hope for this century? Please, Arati, and let's go.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on your point about transformation, because I think it gives us a really important forward-looking vision, right, for knowledge, transforming knowledge. We're thinking about just and sustainable futures. But linking and trying to surface what Professor Membe has talked about in terms of repair and reparation, there's an important function in the idea of reparation, and that is its recognition of past and present injustices in order to know how we must move forward, that we must address those past and present injustices in order to build a just future tomorrow. So I too am interested in this question of collective action, responsibility, and would like Professor Membe to reflect for us about whether he thinks transforming knowledge requires a kind of epistemic reparation, and what might that look like for us in research processes, in our educational processes.
I'll just give the example of what we have been experiencing in South Africa over the last 4 or 5 years. You see, we all know, South Africa emerged recently out of what was rather a very brutal past. Brutal in all senses of the term. Brutal economically, in terms of the exploitation of people, of bodies, their energies. Brutal in terms of the redistribution in space, that there were spaces where some were never allowed to be, or they were never allowed to inhabit. Brutal in terms of their capacity for mobility, to go from one place to another, which is, of course, as we know, a key dimension of our contemporary world when we look into refugees, migrants, and the rest. But brutal also in terms of their capacities to be producers of an interpretation of themselves. To say, okay, I am, my name is, which is the beginning of producing knowledge about who you are, where you come from, where you stand, in what genealogy do you write yourself in, because you are not your own creator, somebody else came before you. So what debt is it that you owe to those who came before you? What is it that you want to bequeath to those who will come after you? Because after all, you are basically a passant, which we all are, in one form or the other. If otherwise, we would be here ad vitam aeternam. So, if we take seriously all of that, how can we rebuild a society that has been based on entirely different principles of brutality and of violence and of exploitation? Students in South Africa began to think about that. They began to question, for instance, what a university was all about, beginning with its architecture. Why is it that a black South African student goes to the University of Cape Town, and the first thing he or she has to face every morning when he or she comes to the university is une statue de Cecil Rhodes? And we know who Cecil Rhodes was, a profiteer. So why is it that universities are built in that manner? Can we build them differently? Can we reimagine the space, the images we see, the portraits in all the rooms, so that they become inclusive and let's say, significant of different ways of sharing both space and meaning. Began to interrogate that. They began to complain that they didn't want to only read, Federico, Hegel, for instance, or Camus, for that matter. Why can I be able to read, let's say, Garcia Marquez, or closer to me, Chinua Achebe? Why don't we change the curriculum? What is being taught? Why is it that in a seminar room, the professor stands up in front and speaks as if he or she was the only one who knew anything? Why can't we begin to put together mechanisms of co-learning, that we learn together, that we're a community of learners? And if we believe that it's a community of learners, how is it that it forces us to redistribute the authority in a seminar room? So, you see, I mentioned those concrete examples to give la chair to these ideas of transformation, to these ideas of repair. If you are learning in a South African university, what are the kinds of knowledges that help to repair what has been injured? Because we go there with long history of injury. Can we do as if it didn't exist? How does it force us to transform not only the humanities, because in South Africa, in engineering faculties, in a university like Johannesburg, which was built on mining, there's a history of mining, which comes with a history of silicosis, history of epidemics, history of segregation. How do we teach students in the engineering department or the mining department in such a way that all these histories are taken care of in the very process by which we learn to use tools? It seems to me these are the challenges we can no longer avoid. And it requires forms of production of knowledge that are encompassing, that can no longer be just I study sociology or I study medicine. It has to be interdisciplinary. It has to frame matters of research in a way that brings various forms of intelligence to bear on key questions. So it seems to me that's how we'll transform, that's how we'll repair, and that's how we'll address the issue of epistemic reparation, which begins with the recognition of those knowledges which have allowed people over time to relate to their environment in a way that was not as destructive as it is today. So how do we recover those knowledges and rehabilitate them, give them their vrai statut? Not as some, folkloric, give them an equal status. Absolutely. So that's the epistemic reparation. Because if you look at some of those societies, the key division we have, for instance, in the humanities between nature and culture, which has been at the basis of, structural anthropology and other disciplines. All of them are premised on a division between nature and culture. Is it universal? Of course not. It's a division that is not at all universal. So it's all of that. So if we are serious, about reproducing knowledge, commoning them with the purpose of sustainability, long-term sustainability, these are the requirements we'll have to take seriously. So that's what I can say. And those debates, of course, have been going on. You go to India, you go to China, you go to Mexico, Brazil, Bolivia, come to South Africa. They are part of the debates in the Global South. Now, how do we bring them to bear upon, arenas such as this? Is a political question, but it's also an intellectual challenge. And I find it absolutely passionnant.
Oui, thank you very much. It's quite interesting also, thank you, to see how much your points are very, very close to the agenda that we are building to this Transforming Education Summit initiative, which is talking about new space for learning, changing the structure of schools as they are thought, designed, the architecture itself. So we are talking about schools or universities, but it's almost the same topic. And to what extent, this idea of co-learning, co-teaching is very much one of the main recommendations of this Futures of Education report, which was inspiring the process. I'm sure, Rati, before opening the floor for a few questions, last part of our conversation, has other points, please?
Thanks, Stefania. I was really inspired by your emphasis on decentering authority and co-learning, because I think it speaks to the point of learning to care. If we work with each other as equals, that itself is care in practice, in a way, right? Professor Member, you also mentioned the importance of interdisciplinary thinking as a way of connecting knowledge, integrating knowledge. What about the role of knowledge production outside of formal institutions such as universities? Is there a requirement for those of us in universities to connect with those forms of knowledge on equal footing as well? So again, I'm trying to think about all the forms of complex connection, concatenation that is required for this agenda of transforming knowledge.
Okay, here again, I will just try to put it connected to actual concrete examples. I teach at VoD University in Johannesburg. The university is right in the middle of the city. It's really a city university. And because Johannesburg is quite a tough place it's very exciting, but it's also tough because of all social factors. The university has been enclosed, meaning around it you have a big wall. Like in South Africa, Johannesburg, there are walls everywhere. All kinds of walls. The architecture of walls is something absolutely fascinating to look into. So we have this big wall. And to get in is not easy. You have to have a card. It's all digitized these days. And inside the university, of course, there is a huge reservoir of knowledge from all disciplines, not only in terms of the libraries, but in terms of the intellectual resources you find within this wall. The question is, how do we make sure that those outside of the walls have access to cette banque de connaissances? How do we open it up and put it at the service of the society? It's a serious matter. The other thing is that outside the walls, in small places, some of them without a name, in and innumerable practices, knowledge is being produced on an everyday basis by people who have no formal education, who have no formal schools, there are no formal institutions, and that practical knowledge, those practical savoir, they use them in order to make it not only from today to tomorrow, but to sustain societies over a long durée. So how do we connect, therefore, the formal knowledge that is barricaded within the university and these diffuse forms of knowledges that emerge out of people's struggles to make it from today to tomorrow and sustain themselves and their communities over the long term? That is a challenge. So I believe that we can only do that if we invent the university, we imagine new universities, université hors les murs, or a university without walls. It's the only way in which that can be done, so that circulation, porosity, cross-fertilization can be possible. But for that you need to rethink the institution. You need to rethink what a research program is all about. You need to rethink funding mechanisms, modes of accountability and evaluation, and so forth and so on.
Thank you. My team is pushing to close, but I want to take a couple of questions. So if you help me to be very, very straight to the point, 30 seconds each, and then a last question from my side to our great speakers. Is any, sorry, because I cannot see very well, so I need your help. See there? So big, yeah, there. Can you bring the microphone?
Yes, thank you very much,
yes.
Mrs. Giannini, and I'm Professor Michael Skoulos from Athens, and I would like first, with your permission, to greet Federico Mayor. We have 25 years anniversary since the famous Thessaloniki conference in 1997, the first one where we started using the term of education for sustainable development. Oh. And I thank him very, very much, and I brought a volume of the proceedings for him. I just wanted to say that what we've heard from you, and also for being free and responsible, requires to abandon all ways of discrimination and labeling. And I subscribe to all what it was said by our key speaker. But being from Greece, part of Europe, I was hurt by hearing several times a kind of mixing Eurocentrism with colonization. Because in my country and part of Europe, all these ideas of freedom and of dignity and responsibility were part of the European culture. And we should not mix the distortion of colonization with the start of the freedom of spirit, which happened in parts of this continent. And I would very much like to see all of us accepting your principles and not finding more borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's not a question, but it's an important remark. Of course, ancient Greek is very much the source of everything. Another last question. Please, a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Achille, bonjour. Je m'appelle Dr. Sarr, je viens du
Good morning, Achille. My name is Dr. Sa, and I come from Canada especially for this session. I'm a member of the Singularity University in California, where I'm doing research on the future. And this is my question, a true question. When are we going to start dealing with strategies for a break in the production of science? We know what, let me explain. You have just explained what the difficulties are. We have broken the chain of production of meaning. We've broken it. But right now, we've entered a future. We are in it.
So, on est rentré dans ce futur.
We are in the future already. And Rick Casval is telling us that between 2018 and 2038, we are producing our own future as we stand. And for this future, we need to create categories, and we need to create a language to express what's going on. We used to say biosphere. Now people are talking about a noosphere. We are in a new world of production of meaning, and that is going to determine our strategies, our policies, and everything that's happening. We need to at least take a second to think of what we are doing. The principle of acceleration is applying to us all. Can we escape this just for a second and realize that we have entered a new context in which meaning is different? We are no longer classifying the biosphere. We need to work on managing the noosphere. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. I think that was probably a question for you, Achille. That certainly is going to require another conference. 3 words. Well, in 3 words, yes. We have moved into a different world. And that means that even the words we use, yes, are unreliable. We've been using categories, we've been using words that are mere approximations, and that's probably something we're going to have to deal with. In the new age we are entering, language is, by its very nature, not close enough. And yet we're going to have to deal with the language that we have. I agree with you. How do we build the foundations of that change in language that you are calling upon? Well, we're trying. But it all depends on where you are. California is definitely a place where much more progress has been made than, say, in South Africa. How can we take into account the very different scales at which we're working? We're not all in the same context. The historical situation is not the same. And these are huge challenges requiring, yes, a research program in itself, and which I'm sure UNESCO could contribute to and encourage. Yes, naturally. And you're right. Probably we need a conference to deal with the issue of language, because the way in which we interpret reality, it depends on the language that we speak for the transmission of knowledge, for the storage of knowledge, and as another tribute to the Greek antique, the old Greeks had defined the notion of felicity with a word that no longer exists in European culture, eudaimonia. That was harmony with oneself as well as with others, which is very close to your concept of measuring how we live together on the same planet with all the other forms of living. So in Latin, we use a different word, which is felix and felicity, but that is closer to the notion of prosperity. here we are already talking about an accumulation of wealth. So, yes, the languages are very important, the categories are very important, and they mean something for the way in which we interpret the world.
Speakers, what about UNESCO? I mean, we touch so many important issues. I wish to summarize, taking the inspiring proposal from Federico Mayor. We are here to invent the future. We are here to maybe define a new notion of planetary citizenship. No? You know that we talk a lot about global citizenship, but having heard all of you today, maybe we have to go beyond global citizenship and try to define another dimension. So how do you see UNESCO in this, in the multilateral system to contribute to that? Maybe I can start with Federico on the screen, Arati and Achille. Please.
Well, this is very easy because precisely UNESCO represents in 1945, and I have said some words about the preamble of the Constitution and the Article number 1. I think that represents not the problem but the solution. And I insist that what we must do now is to be confident in the immense capacities of the human beings. And this capacity is precisely to invent. This capacity is to create. I have said that every human being to be a creator, this is our hope. And I think that this is today already there are many chairs at the world level working on this kind of new era. We are entering, it has been said now very well, we are entering in a new era. And therefore, we must, from now on, say, yes, now we will not be spectators anymore. Now we will be actors, as I said. Now we will have memory. The title of my intervention was looking back to see ahead. Now I think that we have many things that we must remember in order to have a new approach for the future. And it is for this that I have started in this book, Invent the Future. I make a very, very important, I think, chapter on a new kind of, as I said before, of security. With the present definition of security, there is nothing to do. Every day, $4 billion every day go to armament and military expenditures. This is impossible. Therefore, now we must, now that we are already able, all together in dignity, equal in dignity, and we are able to speak, we are able to participate, now we can reinforce the multilateral solutions, we must reinforce multilateralism at the world level, and we must put into practice the recommendations of the Constitution of UNESCO. We must be free and responsible.
Thank you. Free and responsible. Thank you very much. Arati,
thank you.
Your message.
So UNESCO was founded on the ethos of one world humanism. So I think it is so uniquely placed to help achieve this archive of the world. And I think, as we've heard today, that has to be done through an ethics of responsibility, of care, and of repair, and with justice at the centre. So I think, to echo some of the words already said, the UNITWIN and the UNESCO Chairs programme really represents that network of hope.
Thank you. Achille?
I agree with Arati.
I think that what's at stake today is our capacity to last. And our capacity to last is going to require developing an ability to repair, an ability to care, and an ability to make room for everyone. If we are to last, we must care, repair, and make room not just for the few, but for all. And I think that UNESCO is precisely the vehicle that we need to gather the necessary resources if we are going to exercise our ability to care and to share in a way that is not temporary, but that lasts through generations. That, I think, is the role of UNESCO in this new era, in this new age of our world, which we are already very much in and involved in. Thank you very much. I think that we can wish the program a very happy anniversary. I want to thank you all for being with us today. And before I close the session, I'm going to give the ultimate word to the former Director General of this organization, Federico Mayor. One last word of conclusion for this program and for a proper celebration of its anniversary. Well, that will be easy. I think that the session, this magnificent session, has really pointed the way. Yes, we must change our ways. We must change our life. As you very well put it, we must use our ability to transform ourselves, our capacity to face threats at the world level, threats which may be irreversible. For the first time, we are going to have to dare. We're going to have to act, remembering the past in order to build a different future. And I think that that is the role of this organization. The United Nations have already told us for years, we need to make sure that each human being can enjoy what is fundamental for life. And the first need, they've told us, is food.
After health, after education, after climate care. We must now take this into our action, and we must assure that we can change the world.
Thank you very much. Let's act and transform together. Thank you.
No problem. Just two quick announcements. There are a number of informal sessions taking place now during the lunch hour. I believe that the program is on the site. If not, we have colleagues from the team that you will find at the entrance. And second is the plenary session, first plenary session this afternoon. Starts at 2:30 p.m. It's in room 2, so just across here. We will have the pleasure of having Professor George Haddad, formerly president of University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, who will be the moderator. The session is dedicated to multidimensional crises and implications for research. So see you at 2:30, room 2, for plenary 1. Thank you. Good afternoon. If you would like to take your seats, and there's still some people coming in. We're just about to start. Hope you had an opportunity over lunch to meet, see friends, colleagues that you have not seen for a while, and meet and get to know new colleagues. So welcome to this first plenary panel, responding to multi-dimensional crises, implications for research. The Professor George Haddad will be moderating and leading this session. Professor George Haddad is formerly director of University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, also formerly a key figure at UNESCO leading the higher education division, and a key player we will hear in the UNESCO Chairs program, but he'll probably tell you more about that. So a pleasure, also a personal pleasure, because George and I worked together for a number of years, so very pleased to have him here moderating the session. I'll just quickly introduce the panelists before giving the floor to George. So we have Katia Hujo, who's Senior Research Coordinator at UNRIST. UNRIST is the UN Research Institute for Social Development, and she'll be making a quick presentation based on the recently released report and probably framing a little bit around the need for a new eco-social contract. Just next to Katia is Adrienne Parr, who is Dean, College of Education, University of Oregon, but she's here really to speak to the report of the Independent Expert Group on Universities and the 2030 Agenda. She was a member of that expert group and will be sharing some of those findings. Just next to the right of Adrienne is Joshi van der Linden, who is a chairholder, holds the UNESCO Chair on Lifelong Learning, Youth and Work at Gulu University in Uganda. George Haddad, our moderator, in the center, and to his, to the right of him, Professor Alain Chouraki, who holds the chair, and I'll say it in French, Éducation à la citoyenneté, Sciences de l'homme et convergence des mémoires, and it's at Aix-Marseille University, and Professor Chouraki is also directeur de recherche émérite au CNRS. Just next to Professor Chouraki is Elige van 't Land, Secretary General, many of you will know her, of the International Association of Universities, and the IAU recently had the General Assembly, if I got the term right, and I'm sure Elige might be able to share some of the insights from that. And finally, on your right, Sana El-Serghali, who is a UNESCO Chair on Human Rights, Democracy and Peace at Al-Najah University in Palestine. George, the floor is yours to introduce and frame the session, and then to lead the discussion.
Merci, Sopri.
Thank you. I apologize, I will be speaking in French.
Different topics, except mathematics. I am a mathematician, and as a moderator, I am the worst moderator you can choose or imagine. But I try to do my best. As Sopri told you, we work together, but not only on higher education, but Sopri and I, we initiated a laboratory of research on education called ERF, E-R-F, Education, Research and Foresight. It was very difficult at this time, you remember, Sopri? And your courage, your audacity made me believe in this project. And we succeeded thanks to you. And I want to thank you for this. Education research, and we revisited the law report, and the law report on education, and we went beyond, even publishing papers, thematic papers, such as these, where Sopri wrote very strong papers, and myself, very modest one. So let's speak of UNESCO chair. I'm speaking English and I go to French now. Parlons des chairs UNESCO.
So, about the UNESCO chairs. The UNESCO chairs, and it is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be here. Indeed, it is more than an honor and a privilege. It is for me a source of great emotion because I discovered the UNESCO chairs back in 1989, 3 years before their inception. Back in 1989, and this takes us back in history, I had just been appointed president, not Dean of the University of Paris, Paris 1, Panthéon-Sorbonne. So I was there not as a managing director, but as the chair. So I was a young, too young mathematician, Tunisian mathematician. So I had all three hats, as it were, and I was representing, in a way, my own country in this highly distinguished university. Anyway, back in 1989, I delivered my first speech as a totally inexperienced president of the university, and back at the time I had a chief of staff. I didn't know quite what they were for, but anyway, he told me you have to organize your speech around UNESCO and cooperation around in research. But why UNESCO? I asked, because I was told that the Director General of UNESCO, who'd been elected 2 years earlier, Federico Mayor, was attending. And I asked, but what is he? Why is he here? And they said, well, he wants to meet you. He was told that there's this crazy mathematician who's now head of the university, and he would like to tell you about a project. So I must confess, back then I had no idea that amongst UNESCO's missions was higher education and research. I mean, I knew about education, culture, science, in a general way, but I simply did not know that amongst its fundamental missions was the development of higher education and research. And the theme was international academic cooperation. I was wondering, well, what on earth will I say? But because I'm incapable of lying, even though I can tell tales. I'm a storyteller, but not a liar. Anyway, I turned to the audience and said, look, I'm sorry, I don't quite know what to say about UNESCO. The Director General of UNESCO is here, and there was Federico Mayor, who's glowing. And anyway, I was asked to say something about UNESCO, and honestly, I didn't have a clue. Anyway, so I started talking about academic cooperation, and I felt that UNESCO should be in a position to help universities pull out, as it were, of their academic straitjackets, and we can discuss this, and Animi will tell us about this. The reason we have UNESCO chairs in France is thanks to her. Anyway, I suggested that UNESCO might help universities, French or otherwise, pull out of the, as it were, the regulatory, administrative, and likewise shackles to innovate and reach out to developing countries, the global south. But Federico Mayor already had that in the back of his mind. There was Marco Antonio Dias, who was in charge of higher education at UNESCO, and he's the one who started the project in the first place, at the request, of course, of Mr. Mayor. Dimitro Kitoran may be in the audience. He was in charge of the UNESCO chairs, and here he is. And together with Jan Satlak, they deserve a round of applause, because the reason they are UNESCO chairs is thanks to them. And then Mr. Dias. Now, Abdallah Bouktana, who is no longer with us, Marie-Lou Cornet, and Beridze Dimitri Beridze. These are the founding fathers of the UNESCO Chairs project. They are the ones who made the UNESCO chairs happened. Without them, they wouldn't exist. Anyway, I was there as a special advisor to Conseiller Mayor. I'd been elected for 5 years, non-renewable, as president of the university, but and 5 years was plenty. I wanted to go back to mathematics, and I don't think we should turn the presidency of a university into a sort of professional trade, as it were. I think that should not be the case. I think the president of the university should be also a teacher and a researcher rather than, say, a professional manager. In any event, in 1991, Federico Maio told me that the baby was about to be delivered. My own wife was pregnant and was about to deliver, and I was like, how does he know about that? I was a bit surprised because you've seen Federico Maio. He's a handsome man, very handsome man indeed. I was a bit concerned. Does he have anything to do with that? I said, what baby are you talking about? He didn't know what I was talking about, but he was referring to the UNESCO chairs. So it was not my own child who was born a few months later. In any event, I found that this was an outstanding project. It was audacious, innovative. It was full of it was full of poetry because there it was breaking the code, as it were. It was making it possible for universities to extricate themselves of that institutional shackles. They could reach out to sort of this multi or transdisciplinary approach. And I was Edgar Morin's follower, and we celebrated his anniversary a year and a half ago. And anyway, I felt that this was extraordinary because it meant that universities could sort of, as I said, extricate themselves of this academic shackles to experiment with new novel models. So, of course, there was still working on well-known academic subjects. I'm an academic myself. You can't just sort of do away with your fields of knowledge. But it was important for universities to be able to open up and become transdisciplinary. But also the other exceptional thing about the UNESCO chairs, and that was something of a revolution here at UNESCO. What it was that it made it possible for countries of the global south, developing countries, made it possible for them to access sort of the high-level mathematical research. And Mr. Kitoran and Mr. Zadlak will say so themselves. The emphasis was placed on cooperation with developing countries. That was part of the purpose. Make it possible for these universities to stand on an equal footing with universities of the global north. I have to tell an anecdote here. I had too much to drink at lunchtime, and anyway, the project was innovative because it means that suddenly universities of the global south were attracted to this, but in a spirit of respect. We were not trying to impose the global north's vision upon the south. It worked both ways. And the third and major point here, and again something of a revolution for universities, the UNESCO chairs were not simply sort of academic chairs. It was more than that. There we were developing expertise, expert knowledge. And so that opened up the fields of cooperation between universities and the private sector companies, but also the cultural sector. And there were indeed UNESCO chairs that created something that simply didn't exist in France. At least was something that didn't happen very easily at all. So anyway, on these 3 points of Federico Maio, and I would like to pay tribute to this fine way. I mean, we're celebrating the 30 years of the UNESCO chairs, but it is also an anniversary, a tribute paid to Federico Maio. He was a visionary, a man with incredible boldness, who was not afraid of developing his own ideas. But not just that, he would listen to other people's ideas. Is there something? Apparently, people in the audience cannot hear me, so I'll start from scratch again, shall I? Or not? Anyway, he could do something that few people could do, or few leaders could do. He could recognize the value of projects and people. So when you went to Federico Maio and you came up with an idea and you supported that idea, he gave you pride of place, which is not always the case, but 50 years experience has shown me that this is a rare quality amongst leaders, especially amongst political leaders, and even in academic circles. Many younger researchers have been disappointed by sort of senior academics who dismiss them altogether. Anyway, his approach was disruptive. He was creating a spark, as it were, and from then on, the show started. It started off in Spain, in Brazil, but it didn't start well at all in France. And Susie, you may well remember, I was chairing the conference of presidents, and you were in charge of the International Commission, and it was very difficult for you to sell that project to university chairs. What is this all about? Why is UNESCO meddling in our business? Where's the money gonna come from? Anyway, you made it happen, and Susie Halimi deserves a round of applause, because she was the former president of the Sorbonne Nouvelle, and she's the one who managed to pull it off. She's a member of the French National Commission here at UNESCO, and they've been doing a remarkable work with Alexander Navarro. Anyway, it was not easy. It was quite a struggle with the people in charge of higher education and their colleagues. Anyway, that's how there was a sort of a scaling up of UNESCO chairs. And I believe that's UNESCO's best achievement over the past 50 years, the UNESCO chairs. So anyway, opening up universities to partnerships, the private sector, but indeed organizations in all sorts of sectors, setting a spirit of trust and reciprocity. And let me end with an anecdote, because Sopri tells me I've spoken enough as it is. Anyway, Federico Mayer asked us to organize the first World Conference on Higher Education. You may remember this. You were all there. And again, without you, it wouldn't have happened. I was a special advisor. I didn't want to be a UNESCO head of department. I mean, eventually I worked for UNESCO, but I wanted to run a lab. I wanted to do research. I didn't want to be involved in the UNESCO system. But and Federico Mayer didn't understand, because I turned down something which later on I was not able to get. In any event, the World Conference on Higher Education, Susie has prompted me, thank you. So we decided to set it up. It took us, 4 years just to prepare that first. I mean, there was the regional, national preparation, and we had to mobilize people on all levels. It was quite an adventure. In any case, that adventure culminated in 1998 with the first World Conference, and Susie was the first rapporteur. In French now they say rapporteurs or rapport. Anyway, she was the rapporteur for the first two World Conferences. Not sure what happened for the third one, but it was decided that every 10 years UNESCO should revisit, reconsider the whole business of higher education, draw conclusion, take stock, engage in forecasts. And I was told, and I just told someone I would mention this, there was a press conference after the World Conference, and journalists in the audience, they came from the whole world. I had on my right a representative of the World Bank, and on my left a representative of OECD, friends, and they were partners. And so an Anglo-Saxon journalist said, what is for you the absolute academic or university reference? And this is in line with UNESCO chairs. What university is sort of the epitome of a modern university? And because I didn't quite know what to say, I gave the floor to the guest to give me a chance to think about it. So I gave the floor to the World Bank representative. And he didn't quite know what to say, but he came up with this brilliant idea. I think it's brilliant. he compared the university with a football game. I mean, he didn't want to say Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, or whatnot, or Stanford. So he didn't want to go out on a limb, and so he said, let's compare this with football. And as in football, the big reference is the Barcelona Football Club. Why? They've got lots of money. They've got the best players in the world because they've got all the championships. So the Barcelona Football Club, right? That was OECD. Then we gave that was the World Bank. We gave the floor to the OECD and said the same thing. Said, but as far as I'm concerned, it's Manchester United. Well, then why? Again, money, talent, medals, World Cups, and I think they even listed on the stock exchange. And then they turned to me, what about you, Mr. Hadid? I thought, what? I'm not going to say Paris Saint-Germain. Back then, they were no good. They're still no good. But they're trying. And then I had this brainstorm. It wasn't as crazy as all that. I said, it's the Criquebeuf Football Club. There was a stunned silence in the audience. What is Criquebeuf? I mean, this man is crazy. So let's not ask any follow-up questions. And my colleague said, where is Criquebeuf? I said, never mind, think about it. And then, sure enough, the next day, I get a phone call from each and every journalist. We looked it up, Criquebeuf, but they didn't win anything. It's a tiny little village in Normandy. Why Criquebeuf? And I remembered back then that these are a conversation I had with a vague cousin of mine called Zinedine Zidane. He said, before I played Madrid in the big clubs, I was trained in small village clubs. And that's where it all started. And what I was trying to say is that regardless of Shanghai's rating, and that people get crazy over that unjustifiably, you have to start somewhere. And we owe a lot to these schools, to these tiny little universities that are doing a remarkable job. And some of their students will one day become academics. They might become the equivalent of Ronaldo. Anyway, but that's what I like about UNESCO chairs, because that's the spirit. They respect all institutions involved in the network. And as we are getting close to the end of my speaking time, I will speak as a mathematician. The UNESCO chairs are experiencing not so much of a crisis as something more subtle and more dangerous, a shock. What's the difference between a shock and a crisis? Well, a crisis is something that develops over time. You can have an economic crisis, a political crisis. A shock is something unforeseen, with a head-on collision. You can say that a meteorite, it is said that a meteorite hit the Earth and killed all the dinosaurs. Anyway, but we've been going from one shock to another. One big shock was Chernobyl. Shocks may well result from human activity, misbehavior, mistakes, whatnot. And these are head-on shocks, and they are unpredictable. And that is where it is so important for university research know how to handle such shocks. The latest we've experienced is COVID. Where did it? How did it come about? People are not telling us the truth. How did it manage to disseminate so quickly? And this is where research provided some answers, thanks to messenger RNA, which was developed in labs, research labs in the US, but not in France. Research on messenger RNA was not taken up either by INSERM or private labs. And that's why we were behind, because there's great talent in France, just as in other countries, but for some reason it was not encouraged. Whereas at Johns Hopkins or other universities, well, these labs worked hand in hand with big pharmaceutical companies. And so, how should one address these shocks? I mean, of course, when the shock comes about, there's a crisis. But how can research find its position in the face of such shocks, I refer to Chernobyl. Fukushima there's a tsunami that was a natural disaster, but there are situations that are due to human mistakes. There were terrorist attacks in the United States, and it was quite a shock that the most powerful country in the world could suffer such an assault. And so there again, we have to be prepared. Shocks have always existed, but it is my belief that shocks will keep emerging faster and faster. And so what are such shocks? Well, climate change is one example. Where do we draw the line between the natural causes of climate change and human causes? Demographics, and in the paper I wrote with the man Michel Drancourt, I would like to pay tribute to him. In 1900, you know how many people there were on Earth? 1.5 billion people. In 1900, 120 years later, there are about 8 billion of us. How can Earth manage to sustain this? I mean, 8 billion, 9 billion people. That plus climate change, or the two may be connected. Pollution is correlated. So these shocks, in a way, are predictable. People say that this comes out of the blue, but no, they are perfectly predictable in this case. And my dream is that we should imagine a new UNESCO chair, putting together science, humans. Life science and earth sciences, and human sciences. I remember my colleague wrote a book on meteorite. I worked in differential equations, and there's a delayed reaction. What's happening today will have an effect tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What we're suffering today is the result of activities with a delayed effect that happened 100 years ago. Even if we completely change the way we live and act today, the results won't be felt for another century. There won't be an overnight change. Nature remembers the past and all the assaults on its balance. Nature is unforgiving. The Earth has a memory, as it were. It remembers. And so UNESCO should invest on a new generation of UNESCO chairs that will bring together human, social, life sciences, earth sciences, so as to try and have some sort of foresight and prepare the world for our children, because our own, no matter what we do, it's too late to do anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. So,
and one from the recent UNRWA report, Crises of Inequality, Shifting Power for a New Eco-Social Contract. Katia, Hugo, if you would like to take the floor here.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Tawil.
Thank you very much, Professor Haddad. Thank you, Mr. Tawil, and good afternoon to all of you who are with us in the room and also before your screens. It's a great honor, a great pleasure to be invited at this anniversary conference of the UNITWIN and UNESCO Chairs Conference. This is an important network to meet the important challenges of our time. So thank you for allowing me to continue in English.
UNRWA, an independent research institute in the UN located in Geneva, which has a similar mandate to the UNITWIN UNESCO Chairs program, building bridges between academia, civil society, local communities, research and policymakers, and producing knowledge and evidence that can help address development challenges and improve policymaking. In his thought-provoking keynote address, Professor Mbebe has emphasized the need for treating knowledge as a common, as a public good. Everybody should have a right to. He called for an epistemic justice through recognition, restitution, and reparation to decolonize our minds, while also developing a planetary conscience. I fully endorse his proposals and hope they are also reflected in the report I have the pleasure to present to you today, our recently launched flagship report, Crisis of Inequality, Shifting Power for a New Ecosocial Contract. The report that we have just published comes out in difficult times, where challenges appear to be increasingly overwhelming. People feel powerless and left behind. The world is at crossroads, confronted with violent conflicts and war, environmental destruction and disasters, political and social polarization, the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has exposed our slow-burning care crisis, and a new cost of living crisis and fuel shortages and skyrocketing inequalities. We have to find solutions as a matter of urgency if we want to avoid further damage and get us back on more sustainable pathways. The question the report asks is how we got to this stage and how we can successfully overcome the challenges that are threatening to reverse much of the progress the world has seen over the last decades. 7 years ago, we embarked on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which for the first time in the UN history committed member states to reduce inequalities within and between countries. This was truly a milestone after the MDGs had focused on poverty eradication without considering the implications of rising income and wealth concentration at the top, what is often called the 1% economy. Our report makes very clear that for combating poverty and addressing its root causes, it is not enough to look at the bottom of the pyramid. Instead, we have to pay attention to the entire income distribution and how it evolves, how poverty and discrimination interact and intersect, how wealth and privilege compound each other, and with which impacts on sustainable development and on governance. The report provides in-depth analysis of our current global context, the trends and crises shaping it, inequality in its various forms, and policy recommendations, with a particular focus on case studies from the Global South, many sourced from UNRWA's projects. The objective of the report is to make a key contribution to the debate on how to address inequality, break the cycle of multiple and interlocking crises, and work towards more equal, just, and sustainable futures. One of the key messages of the report is that inequality and multiple crises are not destiny, but are largely the result of political and policy choices. They are not a flaw in the system, and they are also not an external shock, as Monsieur Haddad has mentioned, but they are rather built in by design, developing in the longue durée. This means that we can change course and create a new development consensus for climate and social justice, what we call a new eco-social contract. Let me go a little bit more deeply into the current global context. While the current state of the world is one of extreme, escalating, and recurring crises, not everyone is losing out. Wealth concentration has increased considerably. Credit Suisse recently came out with data showing that the number of high net worth individuals increased by 50% over the last 2 years. This is not a coincidence. Our global system is set up in such a way that allows a small subset of people and companies to profit while others lose out. Inequality and crisis are intimately linked. Inequality drives crises, and crisis increases inequalities. The report looks at the past to explore the policy choices that have set us on a path of neoliberal hyperglobalization, where economic and profit objectives supersede social and ecological ones. As a result, the world economy has become more volatile, more unequal, and more unsustainable. It also explores the way power imbalances and the disproportionate influence of elites in policymaking and the economy drive global inequalities and crises, and vice versa. The report examines the different ways elites accumulate resources and translate these resources into power and influence, and what the consequences of that power are for our global society. On the other side, we look at vulnerable and marginalized groups, where discrimination based on social identities intersects with poverty. These groups, for example, women, racial or ethnic minorities, indigenous peoples or migrants, bear the brunt of the negative impacts of crises, while often lacking the political power to make their voices heard and their interests represented. Given the bleak picture I just presented, it comes as no surprise that citizens are increasingly concerned about their future, losing trust in governments and in the rules, norms, and values that bind societies together, our social contract. The question arises whether we can fix, repair, or rather reinvent and reconstruct new social contracts. There is no shortage of proposals articulated by the UN Secretary General in his Common Agenda report and by different actors such as social movements, civil society, trade unions, and the business community. In the report, we look into these different proposals to identify potential areas of consensus, but also disagreement, and we already heard that in the initial session this morning. There will be contention and there will be contestation and disagreement. In addition, we analyze where previous social contracts have fallen short and what we can learn from the diversity of social contracts, but also from communitarian or cosmovisions like Ubuntu, Buen Vivir, Esco Swarai, and from past experiences where governments, but also the people, have renegotiated social contracts at critical junctures and made them more inclusive and more sustainable. Based on this analysis, we propose a new approach, one that incorporates ecological and social objectives and constitutes a contract for nature, which we call an eco-social contract. An eco-social contract needs to create a vision for systemic change, rebalance relationships between states, markets, people, and nature, guarantee human rights for all, create fair fiscal contracts, restructure economies and societies to halt climate change and environmental destruction, and reverse economic disparities, address historical injustices such as colonialism and slavery and their contemporary legacies, as well as the unjust impacts of patriarchy and gender essentialism, and strengthen solidarity in all spheres within and between countries. This resonates with the recent UNESCO report and call for a new social contract for education that can repair injustices while transforming the future. I cite from the report. This new social contract must be grounded in human rights and based on principles of non-discrimination, social justice, respect for life, human dignity, and cultural diversity. It must encompass an ethic of care, reciprocity, and solidarity. It must strengthen education as a public endeavor and a common good. The UNESCO report also states something very important, that the visions, principles, and proposals put forward in the report are neither a manual nor a blueprint, but the opening of a vital conversation. I could not agree more to this. The vision of a new eco-social contract that UNRWA's report promotes is meant to open such a vital conversation, not the least about the concrete policies and institutional reforms, as well as changes in norms, values, and behaviors we need in order to translate visions into actions. Our report proposes a range of policies that have proven to reduce inequalities, economic, political, and social. But we also need to shift our development thinking and practice. The report proposes to ground a new eco-social contract in a development paradigm that rests on 3 pillars: alternative economic approaches that center environmental and social justice, transformative social policy underpinned by a fair fiscal contract, and reformed and strengthened multilateralism and solidarities with greater power for the Global South and for civil society within the UN system. Finally, the report highlights the importance of rebalancing power relations and building broad-based alliances as the only way to truly overcome inequalities and crises. Let me end with a quote of a Brazilian scholar activist who has contributed an essay to the report and who is also a member of a migration project, MIDEC, where UNRIST and several UNESCO chairs are involved. Gelson da Souza e Silva, director and founder of the Instituto Maria João Aleixo in Rio de Janeiro, says, "In the name of human dignity, all people have the right to live in a world defined by justice, equality, solidarity, and love. Love in its various expressions is a political issue. It should be granted the same importance as material themes and placed at the center of our agenda for social transformation. Without abandoning rationality, the defeat of barbarism requires new narratives, new gestures, and new practices. May we learn to build these with love, intelligence, energy, and a readiness to fight." Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Katia, for outlining, giving the picture of the intersecting, overlapping crises, inequalities, and the fundamentally political nature that development is inherently a political matter. And thanks also for drawing the parallel with the proposal in the UNRIST report of a new eco-social contract, with parallel made with the report of the International Commission on the Futures of Education, a new social contract for education. Those who are interested in that, one of the parallel sessions will be building on that. But thank you very much for that, Katia. I'd now like to bring in, as we move into looking at research and the implications for research, Adrienne Parr, who will share the findings, the main findings of the independent expert group on higher education, on universities and the 2030 agenda. The report entitled Knowledge-Driven Actions, Transforming Higher Education for Global Sustainability. After that, back to George Haddad and the panel discussion. Adrienne?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to start firstly by thanking the Director General for UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay, the Assistant Director General of Education, Ms. Stefania Giannini, and as someone who has served for just shy of 10 years in 2 different UNESCO chair roles and is now in the process of establishing a UNITWIN, I deeply value the kind of work that Peter Wells, Inga Nechanian, Liliana Simeonescu, Francis Zamora Michel and Keith Holmes have been involved in, so thank you very much for helping organise this very important event here today and bringing us all together. So many of us have been talking about how wonderful it is to have this opportunity to meet colleagues involved in UNESCO all around the world. So I'm here to talk about the UNESCO report that was published recently, and it was the result of a collaboration of a group that was titled the UNESCO Global Independent Expert Group. The group was made up of 14 experts, and we were selected based upon our diversity of scholarship, the different kinds of achievements that we've had in academia, our geographical location and gender. The 2 co-chairs for the report were Dag Olof Hessen and Sylvia Schmelkes, and they couldn't be here today. So, interestingly enough, the group was formed just before COVID hit. So we had all these wonderful plans to be getting together and workshopping ideas in person, and then COVID came, and everybody in the room is aware what the implications of that moment were in human history. And we shifted to an online mode. And interestingly enough, you know, a community still was able to form, and a community based on ideas and a shared common goal to be advancing a deeper understanding of the ways in which the institutions of higher education might be able to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular Agenda 2030. And that was on the premise that really, in order to advance Agenda 2030, it's really important that institutions of higher education get behind Agenda 2030 and collectively respond and make a commitment to being part of advancing the 17 SDGs that are intertwined with one another. So that was our charge. And we worked together online for over a year in crafting the report. It was supported by the University of Bergen, obviously UNESCO, and SDG Norway. So just going back to sort of Agenda 2030, what is the goal of Agenda 2030? Well, it's a big goal. It's a goal to advance the many crises that have just been referred to here by our moderator, and obviously with the wonderful talk that Kilamembe shared with us earlier this morning. And what are some of those pressing problems? Well, climate change, species extinction, that's at 1,000 to 10,000 times the baseline rate, a dramatic loss in biodiversity, broader environmental degradation, inequality, as you have pointed out, Katja, and growing health crises. And what's at stake? Well, it's not just the future of human life that's at stake, it's also the future of other than human life. And I like to use the term other than human life, instead of saying non-human life, because we automatically fall into a dichotomy of us versus them. And I think it's really important that we're selective about the kinds of language that we use as we try to articulate the problem. So why the institutions of higher education? Well, as someone who's a dean at a university currently, I'm acutely aware of the ways in which the institutions of higher education can inspire change in future generations, and the ways in which our students inspire us, the educators and the leaders of institutions of higher education, to also be serious about contributing to transformational changes. And when I say transformational changes, I'm also referring to this idea that not all change is good. Not all exercises of the imagination can be advancing our collective welfare in some kind of equitable way. Human imagination has been put to work to really do some terrible things, and human history is an indicator of that. So I think the institutions of higher education, what we bring to the table is that we are open, critical institutions. And when I'm speaking about openness here, I'm speaking about the ways in which we embrace a variety of different voices, people from different backgrounds, different disciplines. So it's the perfect platform, I think, to be advancing the SDGs. And this is the kind of ideas that shaped the initial discussions of the global expert group. So we arrived at 3 interrelated themes that make up the report. The first one is the urgent need to move towards inter- and transdisciplinary modes of producing and circulating knowledge. So we chose inter- and transdisciplinary forms of knowledge ahead of multidisciplinary forms of knowledge, because multidisciplinary forms of knowledge still really remain within the bounded purview of their disciplinary perspectives, and they come together around one problem. But inter- and transdisciplinary forms of knowledge are working to try to perforate the boundaries that might separate one discipline from another discipline, and one discipline in competition with another discipline. So we were very acutely aware of the kinds of language that we were using as we were writing the report. And there are lots of disciplinary paradigms that can be brought together in conversation with one another and in a respectful dialogue with one another to try to sort of grapple with some of the world's wicked problems. What makes up a wicked problem? Well, a wicked problem is one that really cannot have one single perspective that can solve it. So if we're recognising that we've got these intertwined crises of species extinction, climate change, global inequity, health inequities, diminishing biodiversity, we're inevitably entering the spaces of a wicked problem. So the group started to talk about ways in which the institutions of higher education might also be part of moving beyond these sort of basic and applied forms of knowledge as being in contradistinction to one another. So we started to talk about different ways of knowing, and we arrived in a space where we thought, well, maybe we need to move beyond just talking about different ways of knowing and embrace ways of knowing through difference. So not adopting one viewpoint or another, but celebrating this sort of a balancing act, as you will, a dance between knowledges is something that we should be striving for. I also want to point out that this is not a form of sort of pluralism whereby everything goes. It is a pluralistic position, but it's not one that says that everything goes and everything is valid. As we know, the sciences have advanced through skepticism and dissent. Science in and of itself is not a monolithic body of knowledge. The second theme that we came up with is that it's imperative for institutions of higher education to become open institutions, to foster epistemic dialogue, epistemic justice, and integrate diverse ways of knowing. And some of these issues were ones that Achille so articulately referenced this morning in his talk, right? Talking about decolonising knowledge, moving beyond sort of the mainstream and embracing the co-production of knowledge, the co-production of knowledge with our students, the co-production of knowledge with civil society. And here I'm sort of thinking of, I'm an Australian living in the US, and I was in the US at the time of the Flint, Michigan water crisis. And how did that come into public consciousness? It was the result of citizen science. It was the result of scientists and academics collaborating with civil society, providing the tools of water testing to local communities so that they could be part of the information gathering that helped expose some of the toxic levels of water in their water system. So that's what we were thinking about when we were also thinking of epistemic justice. And the third theme that came out of the report was a demand for a stronger presence in society through proactive engagement and partnering with societal actors. So the goal of this third theme was about how do the institutions of higher education raise awareness around these wicked problems, and how do we do so by expanding our outreach out into the public realm with non-profit organisations, with other civil society actors, and how do we have student projects that are part of research, learning and acquiring new knowledge in collaboration with the communities in which they are placed. So there were several recommendations that came out of the report. One of them was an appeal to governments to really value the kinds of partnerships that the institutions of higher education can promote and the ways in which institutions of higher education can advance the SDGs. Another recommendation that came out of the report was a global SDG research and teaching fund that could provide grants and fellowships to students and academics to continue doing this kind of work. A third idea was a global SDG higher education benchmarking system. We shied away from calling it a rating system or a ranking system because we recognise that many of those systems pit our institutions in competition with one another, and we really now more than ever need to move beyond that kind of competitive framework to be collaborating on a more deeper way. We made an appeal to UNESCO to have a SDG teaching and research conference, much like we've got here with the UNITWINs and the chairs all coming together to share knowledge and to collaborate. And also for donor agencies to invest more in the Global South in order to help overcome the south to north brain drain. I see that a lot in my own institution. I have lots of students from the Global South wanting to come to the University of Oregon, but the concern always is, will you go back home and share that knowledge that you've acquired in your studies in the Global North? And a lot of the time there's issues of inequity that are driving these very real choices that students have to make. And last but not least, for institutions of higher education to refuse to engage in research that advances non-sustainable practices, recognising that whilst institutions of higher education might be there to generate new forms of knowledge, and lots of incredible advances have been made as a result of the research coming out of institutions of higher ed, we've also been part of the problem. And I think it's important that we're honest in the face of that. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
So I will now. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
If we may. Au professeur Alain Chouraki, qui est...
I will now give the floor to Professor Alain Chouraki, who's responsible for a UNESCO chair in education. And the question is, your chair works on education to citizenship and on the individual and collective mechanisms that threaten democracy. What kinds of lessons could you share with us based on your experience?
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for your attention.
English, I will speak in French, and maybe sometimes in English when the words will come like that. Oui, la chaire de l'UNESCO.
Indeed, the UNESCO chair that I'm holding is dedicated to citizenship, education, human science, and convergence of memory. This is to be seen, of course, in opposition to the competition of memories, and as a way to find what the various human experiences that we have known have in common. Now, this chair is anchored in three things. I'm going to try to be very concise. We haven't got much time. The first of these anchors is a worldwide increase in extremism that is based on national identities, religious identities, ethnic identities. This type of extremism leads to conflicts everywhere. It always has, I was about to say. But in the 1990s, we witnessed a considerable increase in this type of extremism. And the second element is that we've been working on the origins of this rise in identities-based extremism. And to make it quite clear, we have found that this always coincides with a loss of bearings by the populations. There's about a third of the people who are asked who say that things are going too fast and that things are getting too complex. And of course, that just remains a third. So it's a minority, but it's a hardcore minority, and it's a growing minority. And they have been influencing, and they have been drawing towards themselves more and more people, more than this hardcore of 30%. And the political and social consequence of that is that we need to find strong bearings. We need to find new things we can relate to. And the fact is that when people can't find their bearings, then their identities can find them in myths, in abstracted things, in things that therefore cannot be discussed or contradicted, such as nationalities or religions. There is a third element which anchors this chair, and that is that we have an opportunity here. It's an opportunity to work with the memorial site of the Camp des Milles, which is a major French internment and deportation on French soil camp that is still existing, the Camp des Milles, in Provence. And that's given us access to hundreds of thousands of people. In fact, 400,000 young people have visited and attended workshops there. So this gives us access to a big population. And we find that young people, even people who are very uninterested in culture, history, and World War II, and particularly the Holocaust, can turn up and be very much reluctant, very uninterested or opposed, in fact, to the subject. We find that even these people, within 10 minutes, realize that the mechanisms at stake, individual as well as collective and institutional mechanisms, are universal. So what can we learn from this, and what proposals can we make based on this experience? Well, in the face of multidimensional crises, what we need to find is multidimensional replies, drawing on research. And let me give you 5 of these dimensions. I don't have time to make demonstrations, so I simply have to present them as facts. The first of these dimensions is time. We are going to need to make a constructive tie between the past, the present, and the future. We tend to consider that the present is enough, or at least interaction with the future, but that's not enough. You need to look at the past as a source of teachings. And it is something that many young people appreciate, because it's something that you can prove, because it's something that happened. That's one first dimension. The second is disciplines. We need to take in several disciplines. There are several dimensions in any crisis. There's social factors, economic factors, personal, family factors, religious factors, political factors, and in fact some metaphysical or philosophical factors. And all of these disciplines are therefore relevant and can be called upon to reply. Now, it's difficult to expose yourself. It's harder than to stick to your own discipline where you feel legitimate. But actually, we need to build a transdisciplinarity or an interdisciplinarity that goes beyond simply juxtaposing many different subjects. Third conclusion or dimension, we need for this research to be participatory. If our starting point, if our first idea is that research needs to have a positive impact, an effective impact on the various players, well, then you have to actually bring in those players. Then people have to be brought in. Now, of course, you have to consider what these various players may have to bring. They can't be expected to take everything that we have to offer them. Some of what we have on offer may seem a little abstract, and we won't have to accept everything that they have to say. Still, we have to all contribute. There is a chain between what research has to bring and the way in which it can be, but what research has to bring can be used by the social actors. And that chain has to be built. Fourth point, we need to be international. An international approach has the advantage, and I'm not talking about a comparative approach. I'm talking about a strictly international approach, because this makes it possible for us to shed light on what all the various cultural experiences in the world have in common. And this is what we've done when we worked on the European genocide, as well as the genocide in Rwanda, the Armenian genocide, what's been going on in Asia, in Africa, in Europe. If you bring all that together, you find what all these catastrophes have in common, what all of these catastrophes share. And basically, what is the law? We do speak of laws in social sciences. A law that gives us a chance to identify the various steps that lead to the worst, well, that have led to the worst in the past. Let's take an example that sheds light on what we can learn for the present. Step 2 on the way to genocide is a loss of bearings, an attack on institutions, rejection of elites, brutalization, and identities, contractions on identities. This is talking about the past, but doesn't it seem to you that we're talking about the present? So it's cause for warning. It's a call for warning. And lastly, we have a goal, a common goal, which is what I was mentioning at the very beginning of my speech. We need to build bearings. We need to build anchor points. And all the elements that I've mentioned can serve for that. But the fifth dimension is the different levels of research. There is such a thing as global research. There is such a thing as sectorial research. I'm not talking about various disciplines here. I mean that some research is done at an integrated level, at a pluridisciplinary level, at an international level, but that's not all. If we only stick to that, no doubt we can find some common elements, but we will also leave some out. We will leave what each time, what each nation has that is unique, that is specific. And when we try to identify our proper bearings, we should use that to renew our conception of shocks and crises. As my friend was saying, yes, there always have been crises and shocks, yes, but there are also continuous destabilizations that last. And there we're not talking about crises. A crisis is a change, a shift between two orders. Sometimes it's the same order shaking and then returning. Sometimes it's from one order to another. But the continuous destabilization has a different result on our bearings. Whereas in the past, bearings were only disturbed by shocks and crises, nowadays what we're dealing with is permanent destabilization, permanent loss of bearings, continuous loss of anchoring points. Thank you. Good.
Professor, alors, Josh van der Linden, and the question is it not a waste of time to do research in crisis situations that require immediate action?
Thank you very much. I hope this is okay with you. I'll stay here and hope to be good on time. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The question is it not a waste of time to do research in times of crisis that ask for immediate action? And if I understood Federico Mayor well, I thought he calls for action. He doesn't call for research, he calls for action. And if I think of my position, I hold the UNESCO chair in northern Uganda at Gulu University. There is so much to do. It's a post-conflict area. There's so much to do. Why do research? Well, I'm on a panel about research, so I should be a bit positive, and I'll try to be a bit positive. So I'm going to tell you the story of the UNESCO chair at Gulu University, and I'll come back to how we do the research there. So northern Uganda, I already said, post-conflict area. You've probably heard about the atrocities of the Lord's Resistance Army. Well, they are past, but recent past. So those conflicts, the conflicts that have been there, reflect on the youth. They grew up in an unstable situation. They have broken school careers. They have difficulties in making themselves a livelihood. And our colleague, Margaret Angusia, who did research on this issue, she called it broken citizenship. Well, that's quite a crisis, huh? Then Gulu University was established. That was 2002. The conflicts were still going on. It was established as a sort of mitigation, a sort of compensation for this northern area which hadn't had a lot of attention. After some years, Professor Openjuru took over as a vice-chancellor, and he opted for a UNESCO chair on a very topical theme: lifelong learning, youth and work. A theme that has to do with youth and employment, youth in crisis. And in 2017, this UNESCO chair was appointed, and my predecessor, Professor Jacques Zelen, started to work. He built a network of universities, vocational institutions, NGOs in Uganda, and to jointly work on this issue. Then COVID came, and he gave, and there's their research comes in a bit, he gave some trainings, online trainings on participatory action research. After some time, 2021, there was a possibility of somehow to come together, and all these people who were part of the network presented the research, their participatory action research they did in a conference on decent work for youth. It's not the full title, but I have no time to read it. Meanwhile, the youth in Gulu were not passive. They were victims, but not passive victims. They tried to establish themselves, for themselves, a livelihood. They undertook all kinds of small entrepreneurship activities. And they shared what they learned in a youth association. So we might call it social entrepreneurship. And the conference, but also summer schools we organized as a UNESCO chair. Those were at events in which they came together with international guests, and that gave a boost to their activities. They were catalyzing events. And what was important in those events was that also research came in. Research with the youth played an active role. Research for and with the youth. Participatory action research. Research on actions that already took place, actions that the youth undertook, and research that also led to publications such as the one I already mentioned by Margaret Angusia. So it's not just an activist role, but also, well, a sharing role. Let me call it like that. I'll give another example. An example of a PhD of mine. She's not in Gulu, she's based at Makerere University, famous university in Uganda, in Kampala. And she she observed the difficult situation of young fishermen in Lake Victoria near the airport, Entebbe Airport. Those young fishermen have been fishermen for ages, for generations, and they hardly know of anything else to do, hardly have any education. But overfishing is everywhere, also in Lake Victoria, and that made fishing for them makes fishing for them a very difficult job, unless they go to sustainable fishing, which requires quite a lot of resources. So my colleague, my PhD, Zula Namubiri, is working with those young fishermen to develop alternatives. Alternatives in terms of sustainable fishing, but also alternatives in terms of lifelong learning to change line, to go for another, to seek another sort of employment, to seek another way of getting a livelihood. And it is this kind of research, I think, that's needed in multiple crises, in multidimensional crises. There are so much crises there, and this overfishing, this livelihood crisis, climate change, well, you mentioned it. And I think the important role of the people affected by the crisis should be acknowledged. And that's why my story is a plea for participatory action research, and a type of research in which the people affected by the crisis play a main role, and in which action plays a role, but also reflection, also joint knowledge production, and also sharing results in conferences, in writing, in texts, in maybe other ways of sharing results. And this is, well, let me say some final words, that this is not an easy thing. In the case of Entebbe, of Lake Victoria, the measures to combat overfishing are maintained in a very, very violent way, sometimes even leading to death casualties. And you may understand that that is not an environment in which you will develop your voice and which you will speak out. So that's also what now Zula Namubiri takes on her, and which I have to give all the credit to her, is to give those people a voice, to fight for and with them to get their voice and to develop their own alternatives and, well, to get a platform. So coming back to my question, is it why to do research in crisis situations? I think the answer is in what type of research is appropriate in that kind of situations. Thank you very much.
Now the floor is to Sana Al-Sargali, and the question is, why do you think we need a new eco-social contract as a means of preventing and addressing multidimensional crisis? What role do youth play in this? It follows this intervention.
I overestimated my height, sorry. Well, thank you very much for this question. And I would like to answer it from a constitutional law background and from a constitutional law perspective. So when we discussed this panel, with Keith about the need for an eco-social contract, and what kind of a crisis the UNESCO Chair on Human Rights, Democracy and Peace can bring to the discussion of this panel, I said all of them, because the multidimensional crisis is very intertwined with democracy. Actually, it's becoming harder to maintain democratic principles in the face of such a crisis. Many countries, as we saw during the COVID-19, responded by centralizing their power. In other words, the question of how political systems guarantee the survival of their citizens, whilst also maintaining democratic principles, is engaging and emerging as a key issue for this panel. Still, before we talk about the new eco-social contract, I would like to say that a domestic eco-social contract discussion is needed. Because most of the conversations we hear today, or even during the panel, we're talking about the global eco-social contract. But when we talk about constitutional design or constitutional building, we should start from the domestic level, this conversation. And I would follow from the talk before me when, talking about youth. I think when we talk about this new eco-social contract in a domestic level, we need the proper engagement of youth. Therefore, part of the things we have been working on is the civic educational campaign, building a kind of awareness about the rights needed to be included in any future design for any constitution. Therefore, as a member also of the Palestinian Drafting Committee for the Future Constitution, we have been talking and we have been imagining how we can move from the typical social contract, which is the relationship between state and citizen, and explore ideas of how can we connect citizens, governments, and nature as well. Therefore, when we talk about how constitutional articles should include environmental rights, it's very easy discussion. We can bring constitutional drafters to a room, they sit, they put the environmental articles, and that's it. But it's not about having constitutional designers or drafters in a room and put the articles. Now, most of the constitutions in the world, they have articles about environment and how to protect the environment. But the question is how to create institutions that can protect the environment. Many of the discussions were about COVID-19, migration, people losing jobs, etc., etc., etc. But do we connect all these problems to the way we treat the environment? This is the main question here as well. It's actually very common now to have constitutional protections for environmental rights. But most of the constitutions or most of the discussions, they treat the environment as a thing, how we use it, but not how to protect it and treat it in a way that benefits us. Therefore, when we talk also about how to design constitutional articles and the environment, we need more than putting such articles there. We need interdisciplinary research. We need for the constitutional drafters to sit, to look at the outcomes that scientists produced and have a conversation with them, understand what is really the update, what they can do and how to implement such things. And this leads me actually to the things that we've been working on with youth. We started constitutional awareness campaigns in Palestine that they were not only focusing on what we face in Palestine alone, but they were looking at the world, right? Because what is happening in one country will affect another country eventually. But it was really, really important to provide youth with tools, with knowledge, to make them understand that, you know, the issues are very, very intertwined. But what we've realized that even with youth, we had to work with including the overlooked voices. This is why I really applaud the report that you produce. It was talking about injustice. It was talking about not including enough women. And this is still a very true, you know, it's still a fact. It's very true, even when we look at constitutional design. This is why it's very important to look at the process from bottom up. But not only bottom up, that means grassroots only. Grassroots should also include the overlooked groups, including women. This is why connecting climate change, connecting global warming and the issue of women is one of the most complicated issues, I have to say. It's very hard to explain it, even to the young generation. Therefore, it was not enough to come and speak to youth and tell them, okay, we want to give you knowledge. It was very important to listen to them and have a participatory approach with them. Tell them why you don't understand that, you know, a multidimensional crisis will affect women, will affect you eventually. The simple answer was they did not know. This is why it's so important to listen to their needs and try to find ways to equip them with knowledge in a way that they also understand. And I'm really happy to say we have been working with various NGOs on the ground. One of the projects we have produced was very related, was actually looking at the research of our NGO partners in Palestine and the effect of burning electronic waste on women in rural areas, especially actually, you know, involving women to talk about this impact on them and how it actually affects them. And it was very helpful to bring live witnesses to talk about such impact. So, in somewhat, I would like to say that the question, do we need a new eco-social contract? Yes, we do need an eco-social contract. But we need to work on a domestic level first. And this new eco-social contracts should be explained to young generation in a simple way, in a way they understand it, in a way that is connect to them. Yes, of course, we always hear human rights to all. And we hear gender justice and environmental justice, but do they understand such, you know, words or phrases? We need to work on that. Secondly, when we talk about eco-social contract, then we also talk about constitutional design. But what comes before constitutional design is constitutional building, bringing all aspects of society to believe in what we have to change. In believing that we need to include articles, but not only to include them, also to have impact for such articles through different institutions and creating different institutions. The role of interdisciplinary research that this panel asks as well, yes, it's very important. As a constitutional lawyer, I say there are amazing research in constitutional law connecting the multidimensional crisis and, environmental rights, and especially when you look about the importance of having, environmental articles in the Constitution and how they actually transforms into, legislations, etc., etc. But still, it's under research area. Even I look at the room now, whenever I talk about constitutional law, some people are like, okay, it's not really relevant, but interdisciplinary research is very relevant. When I read this panel, I was really happy to see that, it will be a chance to talk with environmental scientists to see what is the research, how it actually could be implemented in any future constitutional design. Thirdly, I think we should use everything that was said today in this panel to equip youth. I think we always talk about youth, 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 but we should involve them in the conversation. We always say, okay, the conversation about the multidimensional crisis is important in order to protect the new generation. But also I look in the room and I can hardly find youth here. So it's really, really important. We have been working a lot with youth, but not only working with them to be recipients. They have to be participants, of course, after we equip them with the proper knowledge and tools. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, to conclude, I have the pleasure to call Illich. And the question is, what is the role that higher education cooperation plays or should play to enhance democracy, fairness, and inclusiveness to lead to a sustainable future based on socio-cultural, economic, and environmental justice? Thank you, Keith. Right, Keith.
So the question in itself is my 5 minutes speaking already, I think. I would like to start by thanking UNESCO for inviting me to speak to you here today, and also to thank the panel for the excellent points made so far. So it makes my life much easier, because much of what I wanted to say has already been said. So the question here is a complex one, but it was really to look at higher education cooperation. Well, higher education cooperation is in the room. This is what the anniversary is all about, I believe. On behalf of the International Association of Universities, which I represent, it is and the newly elected administrative board of the IAU, and its members from around the world, it is really my pleasure at the outset to wish the UNESCO Chairs Network a very happy 30th anniversary. There's a beautiful link over the last 2 years that has been made between different initiatives to showcase what universities actually are good for, good at, and should actually be called to do much more, as all the panelists, is it Alain, Yoshia, Sana, or Katja, or Adrian, you've all said it. Universities have a key role to play in our societies today, for the past, for today, and for tomorrow. So there's a beautiful link that Stefania Giannini this morning already made between other initiatives that have taken place and have been championed by UNESCO. The UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, the World Higher Education Conference 2022 in Barcelona in May, the Transforming Education Summit, the pre-summit in Paris in June, and then the summit in September, the Futures of Education Initiative, the EGU Group on Higher Education and Research for Sustainable Development. All these different initiatives find a beautiful echo in all the work that you in the room are doing. Universities working together. The IAU, you may ask yourselves, what is the International Association of Universities? It's actually a brainchild of UNESCO. It was called into life in 1948 to build bridges between countries and continents, to build peace in the minds of people, through higher education and research and community engagement, exactly what you're doing. So maybe we should see the IAU as the largest UNITWIN network that actually can help connect also the kind of work that you do and scale it up in the different regions of the world. We've heard beautiful examples of research that's being carried out that have already highlighted the many different challenges that we face, so I don't need to repeat them. I invite you to really read these reports that have been presented and look at the work that all of your university networks are actually championing, but really to bring them together to see how in the future we can look at collaboration in an even more strong way. Because what is it that universities have to do? They have to foster value-based higher education. They have to foster fair and inclusive internationalization. A different way at looking at how we collaborate so that we don't have a one-sided perspective on how we work together. This is what Professor Achille Mbembe already said this morning very eloquently, and I don't need to repeat him yet. Maybe cite the fact that yes, we need to reverse the way in which we work. We need to look at knowledge systems with a new pair of glasses. We need to really step up to our promise as higher education institutions to bring to the table the many voices that are there around the world. And higher education, to your question as well, Josje, do we need to do research in any kind of circumstance? Yes, we do, because we need to understand. We need to better analyze what's happening. We need to also find better ways to respond to the many challenges that we face. So one of the other pillars of the International Association of Universities, together with many of the universities that you represent, and hopefully in the future much stronger as well with the UNITWIN network, is to really foster more work on higher education and research for sustainable development. We've built a global cluster on networking the initiatives from around the world, and we hope to do that with many of you here in the room. As well, we can maximize on the opportunities offered by the digital transformation of higher education. And there as well, we can work together across boundaries, across our differences, despite our languages and cultures that are so diverse, but which we can connect in a very positive way. So we need to facilitate and promote inclusive cooperation in which all the different voices of nations, people, cultures are better heard. The students are to grow into global responsible citizens who will promote strong, equal, fair research. They will link the disciplines in a different way. They will be eager to actually go to more transdisciplinary approaches to what we do. They will connect all the different levels within the institutions, and we should let them do so, even facilitate this process moving into the future, because we need to develop new answers to the most pressing issues of the time that we've seen highlighted this morning. And through this linking, what will we do? We will promote democracy, we will promote fairness, inclusiveness, social cultural justice, and we will combat competition, siloization, exclusion, and elitism. The UNITWIN chairs that you represent create this intercultural basis upon which transdisciplinarity can thrive. They can help reaffirm the relevance and value of universities to future society. They need to be supported in order for them to be able to create this new set of eco-social contracts within us for the future that we want. And this can only happen through very strong interdisciplinary and interconnected research. Thank you very much.
Merci, Ilij.
Thank you, Ilij. And now I will give the floor to Mrs. Liette Vasseur, who is the UNESCO Chair for Community Sustainability from Local to Global, Brock University, Canada.
So I had to do the last reflection for this panel plenary, which was wonderful, by the way, really enjoyed it. And I have two major points that I want to put today. The first is that UNESCO Chairs Network is a unique, innovative international program that only UNESCO could have established. And I think that is very clear. il est clair qu'à l'aube des 30 prochaines années,
Clearly, on the eve of the next 30 years, the chairs should be looking for environmental and social change on a multi-dimensional approach, and we as chairs have a role to play to engage transformative change, which is needed not just for universities, but for society and the planet as a whole. Now, through our action, especially with communities, we must reach out to communities. It is for us to address the urgent need to embrace interdisciplinary approach, the decolonization of knowledge through an alliance with citizens of the world.
To underline that for the first time today, November 3rd, we celebrate the International Day for Biosphere Reserves. Biosphere reserves are under the Man and Biosphere program here at UNESCO. They are models, they are living laboratories, they are demonstration sites to contribute to the sustainable development, conservation of biological diversity, climate change action, and more. Applying research, education, and outreach through the new vision that I just mentioned in the first point, we can, as UNESCO chair, all contribute to enhancing this social contract, the eco-social contract that have been discussed today, that are happening in the Biosphere Reserve. We can all play a role. We can all contribute to benefit from these different other networks of UNESCO this way. So I hope that you enjoyed, like me, this beautiful panel that are really bringing us to a new level that we have to probably think for the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the close of this session. Just join me for a round of applause to all the speakers, each and every one, and to the moderator, George Haddad. There may have not been much chance to exchange on all and each of these very important dimensions, but we do have a set of parallel sessions coming up this afternoon as of 4:30. You have them on the screen. Now is time for coffee, also an opportunity to prolong and engage on some of these discussions. If you have any questions we have colleagues at the door, at the entrance, who can also help guide you to the various rooms. Finally, after the parallel sessions, we have a cocktail at 6 o'clock. There will be signs. It's at the end of this hall. We will regroup there as of 6 o'clock to have time to meet, to talk, to get to know others. Don't get lost, because there are other events happening at 6 o'clock. Don't join somebody else's reception. See you at 6, and thank you very much.